Hello, everyone. Santier here with, let me lower this volume a little bit. I don't know where the volume's going to need to be, so y'all can let me know. But hello, welcome. I am Santier, as I said, and this is my first playthrough of Divinity Original Sin, as you can see, the Enhanced Edition. Technically, I did attempt to play this years ago. I don't remember a whole lot, except that I got stuck somewhere and couldn't figure out where to go, so I just kind of stopped. But we'll get through whatever that was then. I don't know what happened to those saves. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. We're starting a new game regardless. I kind of feel like I need to turn the... I don't know. We'll see what the volume sounds like in-game. Right now, the title music seems a little quiet to me, but... let's get started. This is going to be single player. Just taking in the ocean and craggy rocks. If you prefer story and exploration over being challenged combat, no, not quite that. Bet you both in and out of combat. The foes you'll meet will be cunning, relentless, and coming greater numbers. Honor mode. Yeah, okay, we're probably just going to do classic here. Allow access. Letting character creation. Even if someone really deserves it, murder in broad daylight is sure to bring guards. Attacking guards in a city is one of the fastest ways to end your journey. What you're saying is that the city guards know their business. That's what I just heard. Okay. Character creation. Welcome to the character creation screen. Give your heroes a name, change their appearance, and select one of the many classes for them to start with. Okay. So we have... I wonder if there's any significance. Like, so for example, Path of Exile, the character select screen has a lot of significance because it's like of the locations taking place in which you go to later. Anyway, that's making me wonder if there's any particular significance to like the statue in the background, for example, of the woman with the arm raised and sword, or the other ones of women with swords. Okay, so we have the Wayfarer class. Let's see, how many classes do we have? Quite a few. So this is going to take a little bit. Let's see. Skill preview. Okay, so the Wayfarer is a survivalist and a practitioner of magic. The Wayfarer is hard to hit and even harder to evade. Skill preview. Summons Spider. Is apparently a geomancer. Novice. Skill? Spell? This is one of those things. Like, I haven't played this game yet, so I don't know what their classifications and stuff are. So we'll find out. It costs 7 AP to use. So there's action points, I assume is what AP stands for. 6 turn cooldown. It lasts for 5 turns. Spider's fangs deal piercing damage and have a 10% chance to poison its target. It is very resistant to poison attacks itself. The spider has a special attack that can weaken its victims. It is immune to blinding attacks, probably because of all those eyes. You can only have one summon at a time. Okay. So there are summons, but there are some caps on them, so that's good to know. Ricochet is an expert marksman. Okay, and First Aid is also expert marksman. This is Novice. Fire a normal arrow that deals piercing damage and then forks off to the next target up to 4 times within an 8-meter radius, or within an 8-meter range. I mean, that's probably an 8-meter radius too, but 5 AP requires a ranged weapon. 4 turns cooldown. Range is 15 meters. Damage dealt depends on your weapon's damage rating. That makes sense. First Aid, here's bleeding, crippled, and diseased. Okay, so those are, I assume, conditions. And heals target for 10%. Special. 90% chance to set First Aid for 1 turns. 100% minus 10% from low dexterity. I'm not sure what that means, but obviously special is some sort of property. 3 AP, and has a 4-turn cooldown, range 10 meters. A lot of that doesn't matter that much. Okay, so this seems like it's kind of a druid-ish. Which, also shows the summoned spider. Witchcraft, Oath of Desecration. Let's see, the witch is described as an intimidating presence whose bone-chilling powers terrify friend and foe alike. So is he showing ranged power stance because he's a ranger? Okay, yeah. Well, this is going to be a lot of reading through classes. So Spider is the same. It's still Geomancer, still Novice. Oath of Desecration. Bestow a damage boost upon an ally. Special 100% chance to set Oath of Desecration for 3 turns. 10-1 turns thanks to high intelligence. Okay, so our stats can adjust some of these things. So this has a 9-turn cooldown. Damage of target increases by 40%. Okay, that's interesting. I would not have guessed an Oath of Desecration to do something like that, but it's an Oath to Desecrate, I suppose. 3 AP to use. Vampiric Touch. Heal yourself with the life force of someone else. Damages them for some piercing. 200% chance to heal 15 vitality. I don't know what this special means, but... Okay, so Wizard, a scholar of magic specialized in starting and ending battles with a flick of the wrist, exacting swift victory from a safe distance. I tend to like wizards. Dragon's Dogma is another game that I want to make that I started playing, but then just kind of petered off. That I want to do streams for at some point as well. And when I did that, I definitely made it. I accidentally made Willow from Buffy, but anyway. Boulder Bash, the Geomancer Novice. A boulder comes crashing from the sky. That's not where I would have expected it, but okay. Dealing some earth damage to anything within a meter range from impact. Getting an oil surface where it lands. 1 meter explosion radius. Midnight Oil is another Geomancer. Create an oil surface. Oil slows characters down and can be set on fire. Flare, Pyrokinetic. Cast magical heat that does some fire damage. Okay, so the other thing that I'm noticing, and I don't know, like, long-term what this game's, like, levels and numbers and all that sort of stuff look like, but I'm noticing that the damage values here are fairly low. 11 to 13 fire damage. Obviously, this is all contextualized based upon what, like, HP values are and all that sort of stuff, so, yeah, it's something that I'm taking note of is that these damage values are fairly modest. Some games like to have very large damage values, and it's all just kind of something that can kind of... It all comes out in the wash, and I tend to prefer lower values because your large numbers are very exciting, but they also tend to be calibrated such that there's just a lot of extra zeros, and for all the more difference it makes under the hood, they might as well just be using the low values. So I prefer it if games kind of stick to a more lower range of numbers. Obviously, it's helpful to have big enough numbers that you can do some nice, like, divisions of things and you have some space to work with. Like, having 11 HP means that you're either starting to have to track fractional damage or everything kind of deals a lot. And you can absolutely do that, but having 10,000 HP and everything does, 1,000 plus damage is... You might as well just be 100 HP with everything doing at least 1 damage sort of thing, So this has a 100% chance to set a warm status for 3 turns with its special star thingy. Okay, so warm is a status that makes the target a bit less resistant to fire spells but more resistant to water spells. Can burn targets that are already warm. Can target terrain to create fire surface. Burn ooze or oil, evaporate water, or melt ice. Can explode some clouds. So the other thing that this is indicating is that there's the ability to interact with the environment based upon various properties of the things that you're doing, which is pretty cool. Be curious to see how that plays out and influences things. I feel like the last time I was doing stuff here, when I had first tried this out, there was a little bit less, or there was one character, but I don't know. Maybe not. Battle Mage. Amplifies brute strength with powerful magic. Burning Touch. Has a chance to set things on fire. Burning has fire damage over time. What a shock. Saving throw bodybuilding. Okay, and then Oath of Desecration here. That's also Witchcraft. Pyrokinetic. Man-at-Arms, Crushing Fist. So it seems like there's different skill branches. Like, I'm just talking about what I'm observing as I'm going through here. So, Crushing Fist. An enormous fist smashes your enemy and knocks them down. Deals 4 to 5 crushing damage. Okay, so Crushing is the damage type. I've noticed... Was it Piercing? It's interesting. Slashing and Piercing have really obvious damage types, but there's a third, like, physical damage type that is really common in a lot of games. But it's hard to know exactly what to call it. Some call it blunt, some call it striking. Here they're calling it seems that they're calling it crushing. But it's kind of the idea of, like, rather than having a tiny point with a lot of, like, force behind it, my head's the convenient thing, like a lot of force behind it, or something cutting something. Like, those are really obvious to what to call them. But the brute force, like, sort of one, that's kind of like a broad surface with a lot of force behind it. That one tends to have more variety in the names for whatever reason. Cleric heals allies or smashes skulls depending on the direction of the winds. Divine Light is a man-at-arms skill. That's the warm status and decreases target's willpower and bodybuilding within the spell's area of effect. Interesting. To get struck by Divine Light for 3 turns. Saving throw is bodybuilding. Decreases bodybuilding willpower by -2. See, this is something else that I also... Like, I understand what they're saying by decreases bodybuilding and willpower by -2. It means it lowers it by 2. I really actually don't like use of the word decrease and then the negative on the 2 there, because I think they're trying to go for clarity. Guild Wars does this as well, where you get, like, -5 health degeneration. It's like, no, you get 5 health degeneration. That's -5 health regeneration, right? The, like, mathematics purist in me dislikes... Decrease body and willpower by -2 would increase them by 2, if on a strict mathematical reading of the sentence. Lower bodybuilding willpower scores means more chance to set status on targets. Saving throws chances are slim. Let's see. Regeneration is in Hydrosophist. So that's what? Water Wisdom? Heal 13 Vitality on a target for 3 turns. And then Melee Power Stance. This doesn't use any AP. Requires a melee weapon. For 2 turns, damage plus 20%, movement plus 20%, but accuracy, I assume, is what chance it is. It's -20%. Lasts until cancelled or replaced by another stance. Okay, so this is a stance. Yeah, okay. So stances, it sounds like they kind of work a little bit like Guild Wars, where you can have 1 stance at a time. Increases both the damage of your melee attacks and your movement speed at the cost of precision. Yeah. Enchanter... Aerothurge. So this is wind magic, I assume. Teleportation. Throw an item or character up high and drop it to the ground, dealing a bunch of crushing damage. With the ground. You deal crushing damage with the ground. So that's a fun gravity spell. Select item or character first, and select its destination. Freezing Touch is Hydrosophist. Freeze nearby target, dealing some water damage. One of the things that I'm noticing here, too, is like this is 4 to 5 water damage. Doesn't sound like a really big number at all. So the 11 to 13 that I was seeing off of the fire spell earlier is clearly a significantly higher number. Yeah, okay. So this one says, prefers to turn the tide of battle from afar, manipulating foes with powerful magic. This is another Aerothurge. Bitter Cold, freeze a target. 90% chance to set frozen status for 2 turns. It's interesting, too. Like, they're giving me an example of the sort of skills that this class uses, but I'm not really getting a feel for how everything kind of fits together, so I'm very much so making a choice in the dark. Like, they're giving me a little bit of info, but frozen makes target unable to move or act, but it gains increased armor rating and fire resistance. That makes sense. Fighter. Okay, here's Crushing Fist again. Battering ram is a man-at-arms as well as melee. Okay, so melee power stance is back in this one as well. 7% chance to set knocked down status for 1 turn. 80 minus 10% from low strength. I wonder if higher strength would allow it to go up. Bodybuilding is a saving throw, requires a melee weapon. Knockdown makes target unable to move or act. Damage dealt depends on your main weapon's damage rating. Makes sense. Inquisitor, a daring wand wielder, risking life and limb to decimate evil head-on. This is Burning Touch, which I saw already. Vampiric Touch, which I saw already. And Thunder Jump. Jump from one target to the other, hitting a maximum of 2 targets, stunning them, and dealing 8 air damage. Stunned makes target unable to move or act. Caster will be moved behind last target. Okay. The Knight, specialized in war tactics. Knights are trained not only to fight, but to rally troops. So here we have Battering Ram again. Man-at-Arms. Encourage. Encourage allies around you. 100% chance to set the Encourage status. Boosts targets' strength, dexterity, intelligence, and constitution stats by 1. Cure wounds. Immediately heal yourself or a nearby target for 28 vitality. Can only be used once per combat. Then the Ranger here. Ranged power stance. Improved damage of bow and crossbow at the cost of precision. Ricochet. We saw that one already. And then First Aid. So these are all expert marksmen. Yeah. Rogue. With a lot of skill and a little luck, this rogue sees the world as an open coffer. Fast track. Okay, so Scoundrel is another one of these, like, skill categories, I guess. Become hastened for a short while. Hasten boosts the target's maximum AP by 3, starting AP by 3, and recovery AP by 2. Hastened also improves movement speed. Walk in shadows. Become one with the shadows. 100% chance to set invisible stats for 5 turns. Breaks when casting or attacking. 10 turn cooldown. Precise Incision. Weaken target deals a lot of slashing damage. Wow. That is a huge damage range from what I've been seeing. Requires a dagger. The weak stats lowers the target's damage by -50 and strength by -2. So, I mean, this again falls into the... I know what they mean when they say this, but the way my brain wants to read this is, oh, so it raises the target's damage by 50 and strength by 2. Because lowering it by -50 would be raising it, because that's how double negatives work in addition. But I know what they're trying to do. They're just trying to make it clear of what's happening. I think it makes it less clear, but for a lot of people it probably makes it clearer. I mean, I know what they mean, so... Shadowblade, a powerful assassin whose arsenal of both daggers and magic would terrify any enemy if they ever saw it coming. Here we have Vampiric Touch again, so we have Witchcraft, we have Thunder Jump from the Aerotheurge, and then Walk in Shadows from the Scoundrel. And then this gets us back to Wayfarer. I think I want this character to be a wizard. No, I'm not gonna go with Scarlet though. I like wizards. You know what? We're gonna go with Lucy. Why? I don't know. I feel like it. AI personality. AI personality determines if your hero has an opinion of its own. If you're not sure, leave it at no AI. Okay. So this is just the profile picture. Okay. Wizard. The wizard's eyes snapped up from the heavy tome. Outside the small hut, the unmistakable sound of a struggle erupted, and an orcish roar sent shivers down the wizard's spine. Now was not the time for fear. By the light of the moons, the orc's hulking silhouette was a boil upon the outline of the peaceful woods. He had pinned someone beneath one great knee, and the victim cried out in futile anguish. So clearly there are orcs in this world setting. What's interesting to me is it sounds like they're taking after D&D orcs, which are large, more like Urukai. from Lord of the Rings, as opposed to what orcs actually were in Lord of the Rings, which are smaller, more wiry, from what I recall. Although it's been a while. At least that's certainly how they're represented in the movies. Urukai are the large, hulking brutes, and then the orcs are smaller, wirier guys, and then goblins are a different thing entirely. I mean, I just read Lord of the Rings books for the first time last year, but I don't really remember what the description of orcs was offhand. They certainly are big compared to hobbits, though. And the victim cried out in futile anguish. The wizard whistled. Turning its great head, the orc had only just noticed the distant figure before its great green mass erupted into a shower of ash. The would-be victim rose, dusting the orc from his hair, and held out a hand. The signet ring of the Order of the Source Hunters glinted upon his finger. Friend, he said, I was sent to find the great wizard of these woods, but it seems you found me first. Okay, so it looks like these are kind of default values. So we have intelligence, constitution, speed, perception. Intelligence improves elemental and witchcraft spells and your offense rating with intelligence-based weapons. Recommended for spellcasters. +1 from know-it-all. Okay, so I have a customized option here for these as well. Let's see. AI personality. I mean, I'm probably going to go with no AI here. And you can switch between male and female here. Voice.
Better to detonate that mine safely than trip over it myself.
Careful, I've spotted a trap.
Skin color golden touched. They have some very elaborate names here. I think I like August's Sun. Ah! Oh, there. It loaded the face. I think that this is probably minimal. Customization options. Like, I'd get rid of some of the lipstick, for example, but I don't think that's really a choice here. It's like, I don't necessarily mind some of those, but... Whoa, that's a look. Okay, so we're back to the start again. I think I like this one. Ooh, R5. They've got a decent number of hairstyles. I liked 5, I think. I found that I particularly have a fondness for roughly shoulder length hair. Ooh. Raven's Wing is really cool. I like... This is kind of a sort of dark bluish purple that I like. This... Okay, this allows you to rotate the character. I mean, this doesn't matter that much, but... Where's some of our... Wow, this one is friggin', like, glowing. I do like orange hair, but I think I'm going to go with that one. I don't know why we have underwear choices. It's an odd decision. I don't know, we'll go with that one. This feels extremely irrelevant to anything. Okay, so this has some default stuff. I see. So weapons, there's a bunch of different weapons here. There's willpower. Reduces the chance to receive status. Power improves your saving throws against feared, mute, charmed, stunned, cursed, slowed, petrified, decaying touch. Mark of death, remorse, and shackles of pain. Yeah, that lets you block better. Bodybuilding improves your saving throws against knockdown, burning, frozen, bleeding, crippled, blinded, weak, diseased, infected, and drunk. Armor Specialist improves your armor rating and decreases your heavy armor movement penalty. I see. So the way that they do it is heavy armor decreases your movement. Whatever that means. Okay, so then we have... Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Aerotheurge determines how many Aerotheurge spells you can learn and how many action points it costs to use higher level Aerotheurge spells. Interesting. So more, I'm guessing, allows you to learn and use 3 novice, 0 adept, and 0 master geomancer skills. Interesting. So this, they're kind of using as a little bit of like a spell slot system or something, where higher ratings in these not only allow you to learn more, but also make them cost less AP, so you can more efficiently use them. Interesting. It determines... Yeah, okay. How many expert marksmen, geomancer spells you can learn. Hydrosophist. Yeah, these are all going to be the same. So if I wanted to... I see. Bartering determines your haggling skills with church. I don't like haggling mechanics. I just don't. There's items 10% cheaper and they'll give you 10% more for yours. Okay. So maybe that's just like a default thing and you don't actually have like a bartering system actually in the game. Hey, Clean Star. Good to see you. Welcome. Charisma determines the first impression you make on other people and your talent for charming, intimidating, and reasoning. Leadership will give boosts to your party members and friends that can see you. Boost initiative and damage. Lucky Charm determines your luck on finding extra treasure and improves your offense rating. Craftsmanship. Blacksmithing. Blacksmithing allows you to repair your own items. The more you invest, the faster you'll work. Required to create and improve metal-enhanced weapons and armor. Repair, use a repair hammer and click on the item you want to repair. Crafting. Crafting determines what you can craft. So it seems like they give you a bunch of like default classes, but then you can just say never mind that and just make your own thing. Crafting determines what you can craft and the quality of your crafted items. The more invested it is, the faster you can craft. I see. Lore Master. Lore Master allows you to examine enemies and identify items. The more invested, the more in depth your intel. To identify, use an identifying glass on the item you want to identify. Telekinesis. So Telekinesis, you can move items from a distance. The higher your score, the heavier the items you can telepathically lift, and the further you can move them. And then Nasty Deeds, which is lockpicking, pickpocketing. Determines what you can steal and who you can successfully pickpocket, and sneaking. Sneak without getting caught. Okay, so the starting options here are Boulder Bash, Bless. Bless a target removes curse. And Bless boosts chance to hit by plus 30 for 5 turns. Midnight Oil, Summon Spider. So I could select Summon Spider instead of Boulder Bash, but Boulder Bash sounds kind of cool. So I have Bitter Cold, Shocking Touch, Teleportation, and Thunder Jump as default. I think they showed me a lot of these. Burn My Eyes. Target gains a temporary perception bonus. Cures Blinded. Right. Malediction. Weakens and curses an enemy. Lowers a target's chance to hit by -30. Weak lowers a target's damage by 50%. Okay, so Cursed basically harms your accuracy. Weak harms your damage. Staff of Magus. Launch it. A magical missile. Okay, I think I'm probably going to leave a lot of this stuff as it is, but... Far Out Man increases the range of spells and scrolls by 2 meters. Ah, okay, that's useful. Okay, this is acceptable to me. I wish I could change the high heels. I hate high heels so freaking much. But they're like the default because they're what women wear. Oh, that toggles the armor on. Okay. This is acceptable. Let's customize this individual. So do I want... kind of want this person to be more... Let's go with cleric here. We're going to go female on this person as well. Oh, actually, I should make sure I change the portrait. Hang on. I'm just going to hit accept on that because I want to change the portrait to kind of actually match this character a little bit if I can. Maybe. I don't know why they have a bunch of hand-drawn portraits instead of just using the character's face model. That one's, I guess, the best. Okay, so this comes with strength, int, constitution, speed. Speed affects your movement speed. Initiative and how many action points you gain per turn. Okay. The 7 gods may be almighty, but they hardly expect to fight their own wars. They can't all be almighty. That doesn't make sense. Okay, whatever. But they hardly expect to fight their own wars. Thus, an order of ascetics devoted to the 7 gods and practicing the arts of war and healing carries out the will of the divine. These men and women are trained to transform a Spartan diet of crickets and snow into the raw strength necessary to turn the tide in any holy war. They restore and regenerate their allies as thoroughly as they annihilate their foes. Enemies of source and all unrighteous magic, clerics are the cleansing hand of the gods made manifest. For centuries, clerics have worked alongside the order of the source hunters to purify the land of evil magic. Well, that's a lot less interesting than...
Careful! I've spotted a trap.
Remember, trap spotting. You know what? We'll go with light saffron for this one. I mean, I like hair 5, but... we'll go with hair 4 for this one. Okay, single-handed. So this boosts damage with single-handed weapons. Dagger, sword, axe, or mace. Shield specialist. Armor specialist. Hydrosophist. And then man-at-arms. Speed, constitution, intelligence, and strength. And then for some reason this underwear option that has like 3 choices. Sure, we'll go for the star one. How's that? It's so non-relevant. This is actually something low-key bothers me. This underwear has this blue thing going on here, but it disappears with this armor set. I mean, it's just how it is, right? But it is something that kind of annoys me a little bit. It's not important, but yet it is annoying sort of way. We'll probably go with this face. Actually, this one's a little bit better. We'll go with that one. So... Avatar Frost, Freezing Touch Rain, and then Regeneration. Yeah. And then Man-at-Arms. And Melee Power Stance. I'll probably leave that. This is one of those sorts of things where I could definitely see myself like doing a lot more potential modification to some of the stuff. Like right here, I'm considering dropping Shield Specialist for two-handed. Yeah, I think I will actually. I'm gonna drop these for two-handed. And a point in blacksmithing. Is that a good idea? Don't know. Don't care. That's what I'm going with. You don't have the required abilities or skills for talents you have selected. Oh, okay. Anaconda requires single-handed. Increases your damage with crushing weapons. Okay, I don't really care about that. What is My Precious? With My Precious, every time you hit or get hit, your gear has a 50% chance of not losing durability. Oh, that's kind of nice. Courageous grants you immunity to fear, but you can no longer flee from combat. Elemental Affinity lowers the action point cost of spells by 1 when standing in a surface of the same element. Let's see. Doubles the effect of food. Note all. Decreases everyone's attitude towards you by 20, but gives you an extra point in intelligence. Each heals you when standing in blood. Interesting. Light Stepper gives you +2 perception bonus for detecting traps and secrets. Ooh, that sounds like it might be very useful, actually. You no longer have a companion, but receive 70% bonus to base vitality, 2 bonus to turn action points. Yeah, we're not doing that. Opportunist gives you the ability to perform attacks of opportunity. Oh, that sounds good. Able to talk to animals. Politician makes you dumber, but gives you more charisma. That's funny. Shots fired. Scientist gives you a bonus in blacksmithing and a 1 in crafting. Oh, okay. Okay, so stench basically makes everyone like, I don't want to go near that person, enemies included. Thick skin. Thick skin gives you extra armor equal to your man-at-arms ability +5. Walk it off. I have no idea what armor values look like in this game, so. Walk it off reduces the duration of statuses that have a bodybuilding saving throw by 1 turn. Water Rush. Water Rush increases your turn action points and maximum action points by 2 when your vitality is low. Zombie lets you heal from poison but causes damage from regular healing. Maybe I don't care about this. I think I might go with Leech. But instead of My Precious, I'm going to go with Scientist. Which means that she'll have 2 in blacksmithing. I'm okay with this. Accept. I don't know why I'm going with Clarissa. Try not to raise any zombies, okay? Yep, let's go. Accept. Are you sure you are done with character creation for all your characters? Both of them, yes.
In the days of old, the sorcerers of Riverlong cured the sick and healed the wounded through a great power called Source. But a terrible darkness invaded the land, and Source was forever tainted. The sorcerers who once healed now only destroy.
Sorcerer is
and
great.
Madness has overtaken them.
I like that.
A few brave Source hunters are all that stand between Riverlon and the dark power that threatens to destroy it. Wherever Source appears, hunters follow.
I like sorcerers. Larian Studios presents...
Rise and shine, Master Source Hunters. The cam wants you up on deck. Hear them calls? Means we're close to shore. I don't ever you go in there, Master Source Hunters. City's full of undead, hungry enough for blood. But you're supposed to investigate that murder, ain't you? They say it's Source that did the Councilor in. Source in a city like Cyseal, nowhere's safe anymore. Here they are, Captain Sir.
God's blessings on you, hunters. You'll be happy to hear we've reached Cyseal. But there's trouble offshore, so we'll have to sail in carefully. Here, have a look. Those are orc ships, and they're blocking our passage. We'll get you as close to the city as we can, and drop you off in the beach. Be wary now. Orcs are on the attack. Undead have closed every route out, and there's a sorcerer on the loose. If we're to get justice for the Councilor, you'll have to keep your wits about you. May the luck of the gods be with you both, Source Hunters.
What's with games starting on beaches? I'm not sure what I think about that animation style of the very liquefied faces. Welcome to Divinity Original Sin. Click anywhere on the ground or hold left mouse button continuously to begin exploring. Okay. Basic camera controls. Press and hold middle mouse button while dragging to rotate the camera in or out using scroll. Okay. Okay. Wow, that is some strong... So, depth of field blur. That makes this feel very toy-like. Yeah. Oh, okay, we got multiple hotbars. The camera stopped following your party member. You can look around freely using arrow keys. To recenter on your party, press home, double-click the party member's portrait. Hold left mouse is the same. Oh, so I can pan around. Okay, and then we have fog. Okay, autosave successful. So the game does autosaves, and they just... Was me, dry air, my sorry lot, says somebody down here. Okay, so they started us on a beach. I'm just looking around just to see if there's any details over here. This has clearly been here for a while, this boat, so I don't think we came in on that. I don't know what we came in on. I guess they just dropped us off and like, peace, we're leaving. Okay, so there's a log over here. Mysterious murder. Day 1, 11:03. I don't know what sort of time they use, but since there's no AM or PM on that, I'm going to guess this is the morning. And then it goes 0 for midnight to like 24 for midnight, if that makes sense. But that's all assuming that they tell time the way that we do. Like, this 11:03 could be from dawn, right? 11 hours from dawn. Probably not, but we're probably using stuff that we would understand given our context. They don't even have to have 24-hour days, but they probably do. I mean, this is one of those things, this is a slight tangent, but like, our way of telling time is so specific to like a couple of certain things, like the 12 and 12 hours of like sort of thing, the 12-hour thing, and how long an hour is based upon how long a day is on Earth. It's like you could have 24 hours on another planet where hours are just slightly longer and seconds are slightly longer and minutes are slightly longer than they are on Earth because they've done it according to their planet's day length, which, for example, relative to an Earth day could be a longer day or a shorter day, and then they'd be shorter. It's one of those things that's like, it's fun for me to think about, but most like sci-fi and fantasy properties just kind of hand wave it because it makes things really confusing to people if it's not well explored. Some stuff kind of like has it there, like Star Trek Deep Space Nine. They just suddenly talk about like 13 hours instead of 12. and stuff like that. So it's clear they have a 26-hour day on Bajor, rather than the 24-hour day of Earth. But it's one of those things that's kind of like, if you're paying attention, you'll notice it, but it doesn't really come up. Anyway, enough of that rambling. Day 1, 1103. Our orders are clear. We have been sent to the city of Cyseal to investigate the murder of Councilor Jake. That is a very non-fantasy name, but that's okay. The wizard Arhu will meet us in the city to elaborate on this sorry matter. A source hunter's journey. We're ready for our first assignment. It seems the murder of Councilor Jake is a clear-cut case of sorcery, and we're ready to nab the perpetrator. We landed on the beach east of our destination, so we should head westward towards the city of Cyseal. There's another thing, too, of like, the letter C. The only purpose the letter C serves in English is to pair up with H. Otherwise, it could be replaced with an S or a K. And it'd be a lot clearer how to pronounce it. Because is this Cyseal or Cyseal? And I think they said Cyseal in the cutscene, but oh, can you zoom in and out? Yeah. Custom marker. Oh, so I can just click somewhere and make a marker. That's cool. Quest marker, location, waypoint, shrines, and secrets. Okay. Tutorial log, connection menu, game menu, toggle tactical camera with B. So this goes to a top-down view and outline stuff. Okay. That can be useful.
If I didn't know there were orc ships raiding to the west, I'd mistake this for a placid beach.
At least the orcs make a bit of noise when they attack. It's dark-dealing sorcerers that'll strike with neither warning nor mercy.
Yeah. This is a little awkward that the their texts. Here we go. They have a text UI down here. It's probably really small for y'all, but I don't know if I can make that bigger. But it's it by default was getting cut off a little bit there, which is kind of an odd decision. Hang on. So which way do I actually need to go? I found frost grenades. This grenade unleashes a chemical reaction that does 3 to 5 water damage in a 4-meter radius and can freeze all in range. I assume that's my loot button. I to access your inventory. Inventory screen. This is your inventory screen. Everything you pick up is stored in here. Press right mouse button on objects in your inventory to find out what you can do with them. Oh, okay. So I can throw a grenade. I can send to Clarissa. I can drop item I can examine. We have some gold. Fancy gear is purchased by it. So it says wars are won and lost by it. Bonds are formed and broken for it. Fancy gear is purchased by it. And that last one sounds pretty tempting, doesn't it? Orders embossed with the insignia of the Order of the Source Hunters. These instructions have been sanctioned by one of the highest authorities in the land. The Order of the Source Hunters, a brief history. Crack it open, inhale the musk of its pages, and learn something new. Well, let's read. We're here for lore, among other things. That's actually not a bad idea of just giving you an item in your inventory that you can read if you want more backstory. I kind of like that. Logging that concept away in my brain. The Order of the Source Hunters, a brief history. When Source was tainted so many centuries ago, sorcerers who had once brought great good began to wield a force of evil. Okay, so that alone is indicating like these characters had these individuals had such a connection to Source that when it became tainted, they did too, and so they couldn't help but do evil. That's what it sounds like. When one of their kind, Brachus Rex, came to power, he instigated a war that would have undone Rivellon if not for the Council of Seven. Oh, okay. These wise rulers ordered a new... It's a little awkward. These wise rulers ordered a new order of elite warriors, especially trained to fight the Source Menace. Brachus was defeated, and the Order of the Source Hunters began its legacy. Our objective is to eradicate the Source Menace from Rivellon, one sorcerer at a time. Okay, I see. Getting near it lets you know, but does not automatically pull it if you don't drag it. Recognizing source. Unlike other forms of magic, source is particularly difficult to identify. Mages of many years' experience may learn to sense the presence of source, as others smell the sweet scent of poison, or hear the barely perceptible scrape of the sword loosen from its hilt. Do you mean sheath? Because a hilt, as far as I understand, is the bottom part of the sword, so if you're loosening it from its hilt, would you be... Anyway. Source may be channeled through certain objects, weapons, gems, or metals. These are unpredictable as source itself, and may inflict terrible harm or magnificent feats of healing upon either wielder or target. So source itself is not entirely corrupt, then, if it can still do healing. Methodology of the Source Hunter. Ours is an order of cunning and cleverness as much as strength and power. The well-trained Source Hunter will examine and question, lift every barrel, and analyze each testimony for the faintest breath of a clue. Nothing is insurmountable. If some knot puzzles you, mark its location upon your map and return to it when you've learned a better method of untangling it. There are no limits to a Source Hunter's resolve. No riddle is unknowable, no foe unbeatable, no mystery unsolvable. We have a healing potion, heals plus 20%, an elixir that restores your vitality and makes a soft tinkling sound when you shake it. Combine with. Ooh. We have a Resurrect Scroll. Resurrects a dead ally to 20% of its vitality at a location within 10 meters. Scroll is a one-time use spell used to start casting. Fireball Scroll. Adept. Cast an explosive ball of fire that does a bunch of fire damage to anything within a 3 meter of impact. That sounds dangerous. Burning does fire damage over time. Can target trained to create fire surface, burn ooze or oil, evaporate water, melt ice. Can explode some clouds. Scrolls one-time use spell. Source Hunter backpack. This is a backpack. To place objects in there, move the cursor to an item in your inventory. Press button 3. And select hold. Notice that the object is held separately. Move the cursor to the backpack and press numpad enter. I wasn't entirely done reading that. Let's see. Move the cursor to the backpack and press numpad enter to place the object from your hand into the backpack. Okay, I'm not sure why we need to do that just yet. I have traveling bracers. We give 7 armor rating. These brand new bracers are given all Source Hunters upon their graduation from the Academy, inlaid with the Order's most commonly used motif. They are also the most visible symbol of the Hunter's authority to civilians. It was like, look at my wrist. I have authority. Source Hunter robes. Loose-fitting, beautifully dyed robe allows for maximum freedom of movement of comfort. Its wearer can focus on mindful strategizing. Source Hunter strong, careful embroidery sprawls across this richly made garment. A loving hand has paid close attention to every stitch. It looks like we have a toggle for helmets. Some standard issue boots. Standard issue boots from the Order of the Source Hunters are well made and without opulence. One of the Order's founding principles is we sacrifice. Okay, and it looks like there's a necklace slot, a belt slot, a helmet slot, and 2 ring slots. I have a Source Hunter's Fire Staff. It deals 8 to 16 fire, 4 AP cost to... Okay, so 2 to equip, 4 to attack. So it sounds like you can potentially change weapons in combat, but if you do, and this is two-handed, obviously. It says two-handed underneath it, but I assume 2 to equip means if I wanted to equip it, it would cost you 2 AP. Whittled from Lucillan timber and wound with bright silken ribbon, this versatile staff is as well crafted as it is powerful. Okay, and here's abilities. Abilities shape what a character can do and how well it performs. In order to level up an ability, spend the number of ability points equal to the ability's next level. Abilities are capped at 5. Talents determine a character's unique features. Select talents to complete a character's abilities and to complement a character's abilities and attributes. Traits are assigned to your character after voicing opinions. If your character is consistent in their opinions, their trait points can result in a stat or ability bonus. Over time, your traits can change. And this is a filter of things that I have. Cool. And this will toggle characters. Yeah, here's Clarissa. Zandalor's trunks? Your grandmother always did advise you to buy underpants that breathe, after all. Okay. Golden Grail. Once an alchemist's simple bronze chalice, this grail was in just the right place at just the right time when its owner mastered the art of transmuting base metals. Charmed the grail with the power to transform basic clothing and armors from simple cloth and steel to lavish gold. And he never ran out of cash again. That sounds really good. I assume a lot of the rest of the stuff is the same. Hey, I have a Holy Hand Grenade. The Holy Hand Grenade will significantly heal everyone in a 5-meter radius. I guess so. Cool. 37 armor rating, 71 out of 71 vitality. Okay, so they both have kind of base vitality. She's a little bit slower. Yeah, from armor specialist, 20% movement penalty ignored. And plus 0.6 from speed. So she has a Source Hunter's armor. Requires 5 dex. Fashion of steel and leather, the set of equipment is both lightweight and highly protective. Neophyte Source Hunters rely on their gear to keep them safe from unexpected attacks, while they learn the ins and outs of hunting Source. Okay, so I examined that crate. Let's go look at this one. Okay, that one's empty. Oh, there's a waypoint thing up that way.
Is that a corpse? What's it doing here alone?
What? Did you expect it to have an entourage?
Okay, so we got rain. Yeah. Creates water puddles on terrain, douses fire, and makes characters wet. Wet makes target less resistant to air spells, but more resistant to fire spells. Traveler's Journal. Telling me how to use books. Properties level 1 durability. Careful embroidery. So wait, can I equip? Oh, there's a belt slot. I don't know what that does, but that's cool. And then it has a Source Hunter's mace and a Source Hunter's shield. The shield is giving me -2. -0.2 movement penalty. Okay, Shell. Effects unknown. From your recollection of Traveler's Tales on your journey, this appears to be the main ingredient of the Rivellon famous pie from the King Crab Tavern in Cyseal. Wait, what? By the looks of it, this book took a tumble down some cliffs. Junar 21. Rejoice, for the statues have granted my wish. Their whimsical nature, however, must not be taken lightly. So before I soar through the sky like an eagle, I shall attempt a mere hop from the cliffs down at the beach. This should be a small feat for the man that can fly. If this experiment is successful, the sun shall be my next target. Okay, so we have an Icarus. An Icarus type character. Cool. Click on party members at exclamation marks above their heads to initiate a party dialogue.
Can you believe this? The man jumped off a cliff at the behest of some statues of all things.
Well, great deeds require the occasional leap of faith. I myself might have done the same, or pure madness. How could someone be so utterly naive? I mean, that, but like, yeah.
Pure madness. How could someone be so utterly naive?
So either agreed, call me skeptical, but a little proof goes a long way for the rational mind. Or Rivellon is no stranger to the supernatural. You might well have flown into the sunset, looked down at us, cynics laughing. He might have chosen not to jump off a cliff, and maybe like a large boulder instead, something survivable if it didn't work.
Agreed. Call me skeptical, but a little proof goes a long way for the rational mind.
They both get pragmatic. Some dialogues require you to voice your opinion. This opinion gives you a trait, which can result in a stat or ability bonus. Over time, your traits can change. Okay, yeah. Inventory skills. What is this? Oh, this is a formation. Okay. So that's this. This gets pragmatic versus romantic. Ah, if you have the pragmatic trait, crafting is increased by 1. But that increases lucky charm by 1. Okay, interesting. Okay, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot over here. I can grab more shells. And then this kind of just loops back around the way that I had come previously. Ishmael says, "O mighty ocean, how I pine for thee."
Source hunters, how did they find us?
Take the stone to the temple. These whelps will be easy to crush.
Mysterious
As
leader.
you say, Madam Conrad.
So they run off.
Arise, fair dead. Seize upon our enemies.
And then off she goes. Combat. Combat in Divinity Original Sin is played in rounds. Everything you do in combat costs action points, AP, which you receive each round. Your turn ends when you have no AP left. The order of portraits from left to right determines in what order the combatants will take their turns. This is your hotbar. Click on a skill icon to start casting. Cancel by pressing right mouse button. Drag skills and items to your hotbar for quick access. Okay. Okay, so if I had used this first, I would have been able to set it on fire. I'm going to just have her move back, though. End your turn by pressing space. The AP you have left will be saved for next turn. Okay. Okay, and this is showing me what skills become unavailable as I get close to the enemy. And she has access to Staff of Magus as well for some reason. Okay, go ahead and run up and give that guy a good
The
smack.
unending darkness.
Okay, absorbs 2.
Stay the combat!
Combat movement. Press left mouse button on enemy to attack. Yeah, I figured that part out. You can just wait your turn. No, I wanted you to attack this guy. Ah, poke him with your fire stick.
Sweet relief.
Can absorb 5. Okay, but I can attack multiple times if I don't need to spend my AP on other things.
Their leader said something about escaping with a stone.
Stolen from this dungeon, I imagine. Can we get inside? Those thieves were more than petty criminals. Their leader gave life to the dead. What stone could they have been so keen on taking?
Our orders say to report to our contact in Cyseal, not to waste precious time outside the city walls. We can't well turn away from such an odious show of source. Investigate the tomb and see what answers it might reveal.
We can't well turn away from such an odious show of source. Let's investigate the tomb and see what answers it might reveal.
Until we're briefed on our intended investigation, every wasted moment is an outright defiance of our orders. Indeed, for all we know, these dark-dwelling thieves may be involved with Councilor Jake's murder.
Until we're briefed on our intended investigation, every wasted moment is an outright defiance of our orders.
Independent and obedience. Grab our money. Okay, so right here we have the abandoned temple. Yeah, let's go inside. Access the optional tutorial area by entering the dungeon behind you. Oh, okay. We'll go into the tutorial area then. You can recap all tutorial mustard by viewing the log. Yes, I figured that one out already. Thank you. Rat. Oh, okay. Highlight the chest and press the right mouse button to bring up the actions menu. Select attack to perform the action. I can pick up. I can open. I can pick it. I can attack it. I can examine it. It has 20 HP and lock level 0. But I don't have any pickpockets, so we'll just give it a good whack.
You're like a gorilla in a porcelain store.
Equip an item, open your inventory, and drag the catching slot. Yes. Send it to Lucy. Is this a better? Oh yeah, this is notably better. Doesn't require any int. Has more durability and way more armor. A loose-fitting, beautifully dyed robe allows for maximum movement. Okay, yeah. What? Combine with? Interesting. Now she's in a different set of gear. Nothing in that base.
This seems to be broken.
It does, doesn't it? Bone pile. Okay. Let's just kind of continue on. Move objects by clicking and dragging them. I can hold. I can also grab oil flasks stuff. Drag items such as potions, scrolls, grenades, or special arrows from your inventory onto a slot on your hotbar for easy access. You can also drag skills from your skill screen hotbar. Move Containers inventory window by dragging it with the left mouse button. Okay. Yep, that's definitely a thing that can be done. A steam cloud arrowhead. Although it hisses louder than a Chaldean steam bath. Don't know what Chaldea is. I assume that's the place. Combining this arrowhead with an arrow shaft will make it a powerful projectile. The Adventurer's Field Guide Volume 1, a ripped and scraggly book about crafting weapons in the wild. There is a decidedly revolutionary twist to the phrasing. Patty Cake Volume 3, a cookery book focused on baked delicacies. Pie. Okay. What does this say? The Adventurer's Field Guide. A true survivor can create weapons from what he finds in the wild. A tree branch deals some damage, sure, but a few nails lodged into the end will really drive the point home. If you prefer stabbing from a safe distance, drive a dagger into the end of the thing. Cool. Patty cake. Dough, the happy child of water and wheat, serves as the base for many a hearty and filling meal. With a lump of dough in one hand and either apples, cheese, fish, or tomato sauce in the other, supper is sure to delight. We got pizza dough, apple pie dough, fish pie dough, and cheese bread dough. Well, I do admit to liking cheese bread.
Careful! There's a mine in the middle of our path.
Someone must have an interest in protecting whatever's kept here.
Ah, there's our mine. There's a mine ahead. Trigger mines by... Let's see. There's a mine ahead. Trigger mines by attacking them with a ranged weapon. Or by dropping something heavy on them. Excuse me. Ooh, fire arrows. Fires a ranged weapon. Burning does fire damage over time. A fire arrow that is hot to the touch. You probably want to keep it safely away from oils and such like.
Another one for the collection.
Ooh, some gold. Known empty barrel. So I'll tell you it's empty. If you know it's empty, that's useful, I suppose.
This seems to be broken.
Broken items don't hold things, it would appear. I have no idea how important it is to attempt to open everything.
It's locked.
This chest lock doesn't seem very advanced. Find a lockpick to open it. Well... Oh, I found an arrow shaft. A perfectly ordinary arrow shaft. Combine arrow shafts with special arrowheads to create powerful arrows with special effects. I don't have any...
I've always heard there's typically more to a king's tomb than meets the eye.
It could be a myth, or it could be our lucky day.
More fire arrows. Old parchment. Lyagaric mushroom. Just a friendly little toadstool minding its own business. Effects unknown. Look what this old parchment says. Gravekeeper Ragequin. Tend the graves in the antechamber before moving into the inner rooms. To proceed, stand very close to the impressed door and press the button that appears on its right-hand side. I see. Oh, I can put the candles out or turn them on. That's interesting. Sure, why not? Another oil flask. Waterfall.
What's this? I found something.
Perception traps and secrets. Something hidden has been revealed. The higher your perception, the more likely you are to reveal traps and secrets. Hold left control and click on the door to attack it. Oh, okay.
We made short work of that door. But I don't imagine our weapons would survive such use for long.
Okay, that's a question actually. What's durability looking like? 25 of 80 is not bad. 22 of 80. There's actually, yeah, there's some way that, Clarissa should have of repairing. And I'm not sure how to do that. Willpower increased by 1. Obedient. You receive willpower bonus whenever a character with leadership is in sight. Interesting. Crafting panel. Click or drag items into the combination slots and press combine. Successful combinations are stored in recipes. Okay, I see. I could combine shells of things, for example. So there's recipes, which requires any dagger and a branch to get a handcrafted spear. Or a band with a branch to get a nail fortified branch. Oh, there's a bunch of... Okay, so if I have dough, I can combine it with things, and that's flour and water. Okay, that's cool. And then you can experiment with stuff as well. How do I take advantage of her blacksmithing ability? So I can also just attack this chest.
There must be some way to open this.
Examine. Oh, okay. We're not beating that one down. Oh. You found a lockpick. To open a locked object, use lockpick from your inventory, then select the object. Okay. Use. Okay, and this gets me old cloth bracers. And some oil flask. Which I don't think the old cloth bracers are good for her. Or good for her, really. Stitched with heavy thread, these bracers are crafted to last a lifetime. There's 7 armor, though. The only thing that they have over the traveling bracers is more durability, so I'm just going to keep the traveling bracers around for the moment. Okay, let's go adventure on. Found fire-resistant potion, which I assume makes you resistant to fire. That would be logical. Saving the game. Press F5 to quick save and F8 to quick load. Okay. I will say one thing that I dislike is I actually dislike quick save, quick load options like that. Not inherently of themselves. I think that they're a fine feature to have in games that do a thing that I dislike. I prefer game over handling to not just be wind back time by reloading your last save. When that's the way that game over is handled, often quick save and quick load are implemented because it makes that type of play, it allows you to be able to compensate for the obnoxiousness of that style of handling game over. The reason why I don't like that style of game over is it takes you kind of out of the experience. The other big problem, though, that I have with it is you then have to try to remember what it is that you've done since your last save, and then repeat your steps, and that's really annoying. I don't like having to try to remember, okay, what steps did I do? What inventory management have I done? Like, what are the various things I did since I last saved? I don't like handling game over with reloading like that. So actually at Vernacular Games, we did a whole series of podcasts at one point talking about different ways of handling game over. We called this the reload style. I much prefer something like Dark Souls or Pokemon, for example, that is like, okay, we respawn you to the checkpoint, but everything that happened, right? You don't have to like figure out what you didn't do and redo it, or lose progress on something, or have a bit of luck that you got, something you got lucky about undone or whatever. Like, if you got a Black Knight weapon drop, you got that Black Knight weapon drop even if you died immediately afterwards to a hollow or something, as a Dark Souls example. So, I don't know, it's just one of those things where, like, quick saving and quick loading to me is indicative of the way that they're handling game over, and it's a style that I don't like as much. But we'll... Whoops, sorry, there, bumped the microphone. We'll deal with it. It shouldn't be too bad, I hope. There's another rain scroll. Okay, they're doing it here. I see. Yeah, we need it to put out this. So open the inventory, double-click scroll to use it. Oh, this is a huge radius.
In the rain, nobody can see me cry.
Now our characters are wet. Ah, this is a great detail. This is now a barrel full of water. That's really funny. Water removes fire. Use a water spell or destroy a water barrel to clear fire up, but take care to avoid fire surfaces. Slow down arrowhead. Enemies too fast for you? Combine this fine arrowhead with an arrow shaft. I'm sure you won't be slow in draw. Seems like they really want you to have a ranger. Oh, I found a pitchfork. Summon Wolf Scroll. Huh. Summon a level 1 wolf within a 5-meter radius for 24 seconds. Duration is 4 turns. The turn represents... Okay, so a turn represents 6 seconds of time. The wolf is immune to freezing. I think that's what they do in D&D as well. The wolf is immune to freezing, cannot be chilled, and takes no damage from water attacks. It does, however, take extra damage from fire attacks. Its a ferocious bite attack has a 20% chance to set bleeding status for 2 turns. It has a special throat bite skill. Has attack of opportunity. You can only have 1 summon at a time. Scroll's one-time use. Used to start casting. There's a rat friend over there that we could talk to if we had Animal Pal. An empty flask. An empty flask is not much to look at. I have a strange feeling that throwing it far away would improve the aesthetics somewhat. Might as well fill it with something first. Oh. It's a bench. Alright then. Yes, I took a screenshot of sitting on a bench. Locked doors. There are 2 ways to open this door. One is to find a key, the other is to find a lever. I see. That's right, I can rotate the camera. Well, don't know anything about those crates, so let's go find something out about those crates. I'm so used to not being able to rotate the camera from Path of Exile that I kind of forget that I can rotate the camera here. Not enough strength. Okay. Character is not strong enough to pick up that heavy brazier. Fun with Fluids, Volume 5. This moralizing pamphlet was clearly written by a teetotaler who never had to hike 12 hours in wet boots just to make camp. What does it say? Alcohol makes the dedicated warrior slow and clumsy, while a nice herbal tea only enhances one's best qualities. Granny Blossom produces a smooth-tasting brew, sure to bring out the best in its drinkers. Minor speed potion. Okay. What's up here?
Careful! I've spotted a trap.
So you have.
Try to resist this, worm.
Ooh, that was a poison trap. This boss, nothing. It's like, okay, so this is something that I have that's a little bit annoying, is like, enough of these have probably had something useful in them that it makes me want to check all of them, but most of them have nothing, so it's kind of a little bit tedious that way. Let's go see what's up with this. Actually, I should. This lock seems intricate. Use to search for its key nearby. Okay. Ah. Ornate Key. An old key. I'm going to find what it can unlock. Okay, no, it does automatically use it. Old Blackjack is a one-handed crushing something. It's mildly better than my default weapon. A blackjack crafted from coiled and woven leather, wound many times and well oiled. Someone took loving care of this particular weapon. And another oil flask. Okay, so this would be a stronger weapon than what I currently have by very minimal amounts. Okay, and I can double click to swap. Torch Hunter's Mace. This mace is the kind of weapon that marks out its wielder as bad news. Hey, skeleton. Hey, I found a bone. Most organic matter can be turned to purposes dark or light. Use with caution. I just took the skeleton's bone. Okay, and there's our bench. Okay, this is gonna be, yeah, Fireball Scroll. Try using fire on poison surfaces and poison clouds. A fire spell or fire arrow will do the trick. It certainly did the trick. Ah, there's a steam cloud arrowhead, so you could potentially make an arrow. Who's that? Thread? The world, it may be a simple thread, but to a broken garment, it may be the world. Pair with a needle for the ultimate experience. They have some fun dialogue, like the ultimate experience of sewing. Smoke grenade creates a smoke curtain with a 4-meter radius. Here's a chest. Ah, with a metal temple door key. An old key. Now, to find what it can unlock. Let's go drop a save. Those are good to do every now and then. It goes over here. Yeah, here's our stone gate. Here's the lever. Probably could have used the key there as well, but eh. Knockdown arrow. Interesting. A lead weight arrow that's almost too heavy to fire. Almost. You know what they say, almost only counts on horseshoes and hand grenades.
What's this? I found something.
Traps. Gas pits. Place an object over the pit to stop the puddle or cloud from spreading. Oh, okay. Alright then.
I've spotted something.
A bottle of beer. Brewed to perfection in one of Rivellon's oldest monasteries. Some poison arrows. Look closely. The only visible difference between this arrow and a normal arrow can be seen in the sizzling dents within the tip of the arrowhead.
What's this? I found something.
Got some knockdown arrows, some more old cloth bracers. Okay, this is a experience bar at the bottom.
Shh! I think I hear voices downstairs.
The last thing we need is to surprise another angry summoner.
Big stretch moment. Okay, enter sneak mode by pressing C. Stay out of the vision cones of those around you to remain hidden. Toggle sneak. Sneaking successful. Buried mummy. Oh no, I scrolled up and it just shot all the friggin' way to the top. Okay. This control is a little awkward. Okay. My robes are soaked. You'd better hope there's no hint of a flame in this place. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that. No one can get in here but us and the boss. You don't know that. Those cultists have been poking about for days. I am disguised as a stone. Sneak attack.
Something isn't right here. It could be an ambush.
Sometimes it pays off to scout ahead. Drag a candle into the oil to ignite the oil. Those skeletons are... Let's see. Pays off to scout ahead. Drag a candle into the oil to ignite the oil those skeletons are standing on in order to damage them prior to combat.
Fool! You've made a mess of an ancient tomb! It was my arthritis! I couldn't help it! Arthritis, my skull! When Rage Green sees this, he'll tear you apart!
Oh, raw meat. Do. Tactical view. If too many enemies are concentrated in small spaces, you can press B to get a top-down view. Change combat highlights in the game options to increase combat clarity.
Seven have mercy on your soul.
Well, that fight ended. What was that about? Broken vases. Pressure plates can be activated by your own body weight or by an object of sufficient weight. They make a quick sound when they are activated. I believe there's... Okay, yeah, I can... separate characters like that, right? And then... come back up again. Okay. I see. How about this one? There we go. Gotta do this all proper Zelda style, you know? Unknown level bowl coal basket. Combine ingredients to craft new items. Open your inventory and press craft button in the middle to start crafting. Yeah, so I could make some arrows. I don't have a character that uses a bow right now, but... Ooh, an orange. I do like oranges. At least orange juice. I don't like dealing with oranges. I like them, but they're also kind of an annoying... I like my fruit to be convenient, like grapes, is what I'm saying. Pull party portraits apart to unchain them. Breaking the chain stops them from following the party member they're chained to. Yes, I figured that out already. Thank you. On a party member, click on party members' portraits to control them. The party member you are controlling has a gold highlight on its portraits. Ah, I see. You can regroup by dragging your party portraits together, reconnecting the chain that binds them. Like so. And getting an autosave. Cool. Right before a boss fight, it looks like. Rage Quinn.
A living rat dares disturb the slumber of the dead? A thieving fool insults the sanctity of the grave. The bloodstone defiler, where is it?
Who are you?
In life, I toiled to care for these holy grounds. In death, I protect them from profaners and poachers. The legacy of Cyseal is mine to preserve. Her traitors are mine to destroy.
I met a trio of strange cult-like figures before the entrance of this tomb. They seem to have a precious stone in their possession.
Strange indeed. Robed indeed. Your tricks will not save you from retribution, deceiver. The Bloodstone, deliver it now and I may deign to end you quickly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I suppose you only crept among these sacred tombs for leisure. I suppose you had no lust for the treasure of the dead. Ha! Run if you like, Defiler. Whichever way you take leads you to the grave.
Oh, we've got quite the group here. 2 AP. Ooh, I can use a boulder. Pop a boulder on Rage Quinn. Ooh, and that oiled up. Exciting. Delay your turn by pressing the delay turn button during your combat turn. As a result, your turn will be pushed to the end of that round. Okay, I don't really feel like I need to do that. Oh, Resurrect Scrolls Master rank. Rage Quinn is oiled. Hang on, you do have a Fireball Scroll. I could emergency Fireball him. Right there seems good.
Death never dies, fool. Death in 1,000 forms rules all.
Just...
The time of your death is at hand.
Awaken Archer turned into charcoal. Rage Quinn's Ghost.
Into the fray once more.
Let's see. That costs, but still in cooldown.
Seven, have mercy on your soul.
Press and hold left alt to highlight objects that can be picked up. The higher your perception, the more objects you'll see.
Into the fray once more.
Ah, okay.
On the men.
Ah. The remains of the awakened archer. It did not take too well to that. Lucy, send this to Clarissa, please. Clarissa, you have a bunch of random junk. Where's that sword gone off to? But she has a two-handed weapon, if I remember correctly. Yeah, two-handed. I want to swap her over to the this two-handed practice sword with its 33 to 42 slashing. It's level 2, but it does cost a bit more AP to use. An enormous two-handed sword that clings aggressively against other weapons and hums contentedly against the whetstone. Okay, so like this axe is or to attack. But I still like that better here for her. She has the two-handed weapon mastery. What is this? Oh, that's a tactical camera. Clarissa has taken ancient stone gate key from Lucy using magic pockets. If any of your party members has an item that's required for you to progress, it will automatically be transferred from that inventory to yours. Using magic pockets. Convenient. Oh. That's for fishing. of some kinds. This is where that guy jumped from. Hang on, there's a... Okay, he jumped over here. Pass the bottle, would you, Junius? My throat's dry. Again? This is a single malt imported all the way from Hawkesbury, you know. It ain't the local pig swill they sell for ale. There's some people that were... I didn't see. We got 30 experience points. And we found a waypoint shrine. You've discovered a waypoint. These allow quick travel between any of the waypoints you've visited so far. Cool. Like I said, most of these feel like they don't have anything in them, but every now and then they do. You found a shovel. If you find a suspicious-looking mound, you may be able to dig something up. How the heck am I supposed to know if a mound is suspicious-looking? I don't feel like I need to carry any more shells. Thanks. Ooh, that's a big shell. I found a smaller shell, I guess. What did I just get 30 experience for? This?
Look! A wanderer comes my way, walking the sands upon which this poor shell must suffer.
Oh, this is Ishmashel. Who are you, Sir Shell?
Call me Ishmashel, son of the sea. an outcast upon these wretched shores. An exiled shell doomed to live under a canopy of arid sky, not his native tender water.
Call Me Ishmael is clearly a Moby Dick reference. You say you were
My
doomed?
fate is a cruel one, I assure you. How many snot-noses have held me up against their dirty little ears, only to claim they can hear the ocean? Of course they can hear her, the brats. We are on the very edge of the great aquatic mother, whose embrace I so desperately long for.
It seems strange that you can talk.
Of course I can talk. Don't be silly. There's more tongue to me than heart. Indeed, the surprise should be mine, for I still remember the days when your kind swung from branches and plucked the vermin out of their neighbor's fur. Huh.
Okay, fine.
Time is an indulgent mistress to one who spends happy hours as she passes. But when your existence is one of misery, she becomes a lethargic hobby. Oh, I remember ancient times, for I have lain here since antiquity, when the ruins around us were palaces, and the sun-bleached dead merry children. All this I have seen, alive, alone, alas.
So it's the sea's embrace you long for.
Yes, yes, I, King of Pearls, ache to repose anew on his coral throne. Hurl me toward the water, swing me as far as your arm's strength gives release, and treasure long sunk I will grant thee. What do you say, kind knight? Will you return the King of Pearls to the sea, so he may yield you long-lost treasure?
King of Pearls, you say? Sounds lucrative. Let's sell him to a local merchant. Kindness is his own reward, and then there's the promise of treasure to boot. Let's throw him into the sea.
Kindness is its own reward. And then there's the promise of treasure to boot. Let's throw him into the sea.
And pass up the opportunity of simply taking him and selling his valuable pearl? I think not. No, agreed. Let's send him home.
Agreed. Let's send him home.
Liberator, kind benefactor, bless me the might of your sea-bound bitch. The sea, I have returned, where every wave feels like a mermaid's kiss. May the bounty of the deep be yours, along with my eternal gratitude.
He did give us a chest. It contains Mermaid's Kiss, plus 11% water resistance and 9 HP. Ishmael's gift. And also some gold. There we go. 11% water resistance. I have no idea how easy it is to get some of these resistances, so don't mind at all if I do. Let me just have her heal herself.
Into the fray once more.
Let's drop a save here. Oh, a quick save anyway. I wonder what percentage of players choose to sell him. Actually, makes me wonder. Altruistic. If you have the altruistic trait, your reputation is increased by 2. Egotistical, bartering is increased by 1. 6 AP, 2 reputation. Reputation gives a bonus to how people react to you. Are you famous, infamous, or nobody? Gain reputation by demonstrating your helpfulness, but you can also lose reputation. A little bit from altruistic. I imagine the same is true over here. Yeah. Right. Leadership. Which is the personality trait. Yeah. Yeah. I already included those barrels. Ah, here's the people we were talking. The drunks.
Hold it right there, orc scum! No one slips past the Legion unchallenged.
Calm down, Junius. Doesn't look like one of them orcs to me. Not a single horn in sight, you know.
Just hold your tongue, will you, Bibius? Can't be too careful. We are sworn to protect Cyseal.
You also seem a little bit drunk.
We're legionnaires, of course. On the lookout for orcs, for they've been attacking from the sea. God knows why they do it, but we stand firm. We of the Legion, liberators of Rivellon.
Liberators of liquor too, aren't we, old chum?
I can tell. Bibius.
Shh! Just pipe down, will you, Bibius?
You've been enjoying a drink or two.
Ever kept the watch? Stood on the lookout for hours on end, bored stiff. Boredom's a demon buddy, and booze is the demon hunter. There. I do declare it's time for this hunter to take another shot. Huzzah!
You're liberators, you say.
Aye, a noble word for watchdog, that. For that is what we do. Watch over the local dogs that ever so often aim for one another's throat, and separate them to keep the peace. Separate by the sword, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Best way to calm a wily dog is to neuter it. Ha! Spay for pay. Legion's motto.
Just put a sock in it, will you, Bibius?
What do you want to know?
About Councilor Jake.
So, it's Jake you're looking for. Ship sailed on that one, I'm afraid. Fellow's dead. Murdered.
What can you tell me about his murder?
Can't tell you much more, except that I heard he was found face down in a puddle of blood, being used as a water fountain by his own pet mongrel.
They say 'twas his wife that did it, and I'd bet a bottle of brandy they're right. A devilish flirt, that one.
As if that proves anything. Just keep your trap shut, will you, Bibius?
Tell me more about those orcs.
Bunch of barbaric bastards, a lot of them. They'll kill your spouse and eat your children. We've been putting up a fight against them, to be sure, but they have the strength of an ox in every single one of their fingers. Takes an army to dress down a dozen.
Well, we did bring a legion.
Just bite your lip, will you, Bibius?
Junius does not like what Bibius has to say at all. I believe we're close as a seal.
Cyseal, yes. Where fishermen come to live and street dogs come to die. Now, which of the two would you be, then?
Just cut the cackle, will you, Bibius? Now then, stranger. If it's the city of Cyseal you're looking for, you're heading in the right direction. Even though most folks are trying to escape rather than reach the damn place these days. Not that I could blame them. This place is cursed, I tell you. First the dead rise from their graves, and then entire tribes of orcs sound the trumpets of war. You take to the rifle-less.
Well, we are here on Source Hunter's business. Here are our orders.
So, you're source hunters, are you? And how are we supposed to verify that's true? We can't read, my friend. So for all we know, those papers say you're a polymorph parrot on the lookout for a 2-bedroom birdcage. They don't prove a thing.
You know what? We'll take you two to the wizard. I know he reads. He has books large as a house, that one. Yeah, he'll squeeze the truth out of you, one way or another.
This is a cooperative dialogue. It allows you to roleplay discussions between the two main characters. The wizard, you say? Sounds good to me. Lead the way.
The wizard, you say? Sounds good to me. Lead the way.
Excuse me. I'm not going to be pushed around by two inebriates. I say we sober them up, and quickly, too. I would say I agree. A wizard is bound to know more about what's going on around here.
Agreed. A wizard is bound to know more about what is going on around here.
Captain, come along. We're not far from the city.
Okay, but I want to grab this book first and look inside the sparrow. Ah, okay.
Lovely day for a swig and a song, isn't it? What do you want to know?
I'll take my
Fairly
leave.
well.
He had nothing new to say. Wait, which way is it to the wizard? Oh, they're following us to the wizard? Alright. Hey, wooden crate. An earth staff. And the Adventurer's Field Guide Volume 1. This is... Oh, so that's the exact same. Yeah, about making improvised weapons. Crafting and cooking with Maradina. Crafting and Cooking with Maradino, a guide for urban and feral bachelors. Part 1, the Bachelor's Guide to Crafting. Because girls will put ribbons and bows on your clubs and axes. Maradino, the all-knowing. Whether you're lost in a metropolis, there's some legionnaires yelling over there. Whether you're lost in a metropolis or the untrodden wilds, a proper bachelor can craft all he needs to survive an orc ambush or a singles ball. Let's have a look at some of Maradino's classics. We'll have a look at that later. We've got, oh, okay, something about Arrow Chef and tomato sauce.
What the hell's happening down there? Orcs? Bloody orcs!
Come, let's go back to the bridge. Let the source hunters handle their big brutes.
Wow, that guy has a lot of...
Maybe now you learn something useful, like how to wash your underthings.
Okay, highlight an enemy and right-click to select examine. The higher your lore master ability, the more you get to know about your target. So, young orc trooper, level 2, 79 HP, weak to air. Interesting. But resists fire, earth, and poison. And slashing and crushing, but not piercing. Piercing would be good here. It's an opportunist. This can do orcs attacks of opportunity. Guy looks to be the same. Okay, they're all weak to air. This guy's a lot weaker than the other ones. But they strongly resisted fire. Oil barrel. It's 100% resistant to poison. Let's just do this. Alright. Have a shot, I guess. There. So it's warm and oiled. Back? You don't have enough action points to perform the action. Okay. We'll move her slightly further forward. Black Cultist. The Black Cultist is working with the orcs. This Legionnaire apparently has a decent number of action points anyway. This guy is now 30% fire. Yeah, okay. Let's move her over to here. And call that good. It's 5 AP. Have her heal herself. And then... let's talk about stance on. Not enough action points to attack. Oh, right, because it requires 4. Clearly getting more AP is really useful. This is 3. And you can just give him a good backing. There we go. They're definitely insisting on trying to attack us. Fortunately, she does have a little bit of healing going on. Let's see. Let's actually delay her turn.
Time, eh, my friends?
There we go. Yeah. Preserve AP.
Burn for me.
There we go.
Did you see that? Those orcs had a human commander.
How very curious. And how very disquieting.
Let's see. Who's that joker leading those orcs? Damn traitor. Where are Bibius and Genius? Didn't they hear the fights?
Taken before his time. Far before his time.
Filthy beasts! I'll kill the last one of you!
You've just gained a level. Press I to access your character sheet in order to enhance your stats and abilities. Okay, we'll look at that in just a moment. Oh, minor healing potion. That'd be good to pick up.
I needed that.
Oh, yeah, still had the healing on her. There, I need to target the other character, whatever. Okay. So let's see. Ability available.
Sweet relief.
Movement speed, initiative, and how many action points you gain per turn. Increases the number of moves in battle. Strength. Strength determines your offense rating with strength-based weapons. Improves man-at-arms skills. How much you can carry. Increases the weight of items you can move and how far you can throw them. Recommended for warriors and fighters. Dexterity determines your offense rating with dexterity-based weapons. Improves expert marksman and scoundrel skills and influences your defense rating. Yeah, and improves your elemental and witchcraft spells, and your offense rating and intelligence-based weapons.
Taken before his time. Far before his
Action
time.
points. Also with constitution.
Filthy beasts, I'll kill the last one of you.
Perception affects your critical chance, initiative, start, action points in combat, ability to attack traps, and accuracy in shooting and rolling distances. I think I'm going to go with another point in strength for now. Horsemanship. Nasty deeds.
I like you much better with your guts on the floor.
Let's actually give her a point in leadership.
Filthy beasts, I'll kill the last one of you.
Flask. You say Legion.
Hail, Source Hunter! Why, I don't think I could ask for a more welcome sight on these cursed beaches. The Legion welcomes you.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm a proud Legionnaire and always will be. But I thought we'd be doing more slashing and less dying when we landed in Cyseal.
What happened here?
It's these orcs. Now that they have bees in their bonnets about God only knows, we need every hand we can get. That rat-faced shaman of theirs even went to the trouble of launching a fireball at a ship in the harbor to the west of here.
A fireball? How are the sailors making out?
Hard to say. That ship needs attention and fast, or she's as good as sunk. Got any special Source Hunter tricks to make a blue sky turn to rain clouds?
Why was there a human fighting alongside those
Beats
orcs?
me what traitorous madness came over that dog. A man among orcs. It'd be like one of your kind running with a sorcerer.
Yeah.
Whatever the cur's incentive to raise swords alongside that murderous lot, let's all hope it was a private grudge. Can you imagine if we had to add a slew of wild-eyed, orc-loving bedlamites to our list of enemies in Cyseal?
Indeed. That would be a problem. Let's see. I was reading that book about crafting. I think she had it. Yes. Okay. Crafting and cooking with Maradino, a guide for urban and feral bachelors. Yeah.
I like you much better with your guts on the floor.
Let's have a look at some of Maradino's classics. A good arrow starts with a shaft. You can make your own arrow shafts out of any tree branch. All it takes is a knife. Then create your own special arrowheads to really surprise the enemy. But we'll leave that for another chapter. If you think a dagger takes you too up close and personal to an ugly enemy's face, try sticking it at the end of a tree branch so you can poke them from a bit of a distance. If you're not the stabbing type, glue two branches together and you've got yourself a staff. Part 2, The Bachelor's Guide to Cooking. Because girls' dishes take ages and come with too many vegetables. Maradino, the all-perceiving. Prepare yourself for the most versatile dish around, one that I have dubbed the Sicilian pie. All you need is a wheel of dough and whatever toppings take your fancy. Flesh, fish, or those funny mushrooms? Yours is the choice. Urban bachelors, prepare your pie and slide it in the oven. Feral bachelors, prepare your pie and heat it over a low fire. You can't go amiss with the Sicilian pie, the ultimate bachelor sustenance. The delicious smell may attract hungry savage creatures. Maradino cannot be held responsible for the death of pie-baking feral bachelors. Here's some of Maradino's favorites. First off, prepare your dough. All it takes is some flour and water. This is your base ingredient for bread, but you can turn it into cheese bread dough with cheese or Sicilian pie dough with fish. Or even a pizza with pizza sauce. To make pizza sauce, just smash a tomato with a hammer for all I care. Ha! I see. He is certainly a character. Oh yeah, she needs to get some stuff.
I like you much better with your guts on the floor.
Intelligence improves elemental and witchcraft spells, and your offense rating with intelligence-based weapons. I kind of want to give her more speed or perception. Give her more speed. Defense has some willpower. Skills.
Filthy beasts! I'll kill the last one of you!
I like you much better with your guts on the floor.
I'm actually going to save that point to try to get something a little bit better from it.
Hail, Source Hunter! Why, I don't think I could ask for a more welcome.
I think I talked to that guy already. What's this dead orc got going on? Nothing.
Hail, Source Hunter. Why, I don't think I could ask for a more welcome sight on these cursed beaches. The Legion welcomes you.
Drag items you wish to buy or sell into the barter window. Balance the offer by pressing the scales. Confirm the transaction by pressing the blue accept button in the middle. You can also identify and repair items at a trader. Oh, okay. Ah, this earth staff is stronger.
Vengeance will be ours.
No. Oh, there's the scale. Yeah, I'll sell that for gold. Star represents the trader's attitude towards you. The higher the attitude, the better the prices. You can raise the trader's attitude by donating items for gold. Okay. I just sold them a spare field guide. Hi, cat.
What's all this ruckus? Sounded worse than a dozen tomcats fighting over the world's last mackerel.
Arhu, you are a cat. Hey, Hawkdust. Good to see ya. Yeah, I haven't played it. Like, I think I got stuck somewhere in the tutorial maybe when I tried playing it the first time a long time ago, and I just never came back to it. So, gotta kind of come back to it now. Hope you're doing well.
But I see we've suffered another orc landing. And judging by the relative ease with which it was dispatched, I can only come to one conclusion. Source hunters have arrived in Cyseal.
Makes sense. How's the volume level of the game, by the way, relative to my voice and everything?
You're as welcome as a glass of cooled milk on a hot day, my friend. I'm Arhu, at your service. It was I who requested your presence in this troubled city.
Okay, that's good to hear. I was summoned here by a cat?
So you were, and so you weren't. Behold! There we are. Meet my other half, Hunter.
So you just like to go around as a cat. I guess, why not? If you can become a cat, wouldn't you spend a lot of time wandering around as a cat? Does it take more magic to also transform your clothes with you into a cat?
Ha! No need to look so flabbergasted. I may be a wizard rife with tricks and guile, but I assure you my plea is an earnest one. So, now that the cat is out of the bag, let us turn to the matter of Councilor Jake's murder.
Yes, right here in the city gates. Perfect place to talk about it. Please tell me more about this murder.
It's hard to put my finger on it, but I can feel in my very whiskers that sorcery was at play. Visit the scene of the crime, and I'd bet sardines for salad you'll say the same.
If you're betting sardines for salad, does that mean if you lose, you trade in your sardines and get salad?
Captain Aureus, though, the local commander of the Legion, insists I'm seeing ghosts. I insist he's blind to all but the undead.
Let's see, where can I find the scene of the crime?
Jake was murdered in a downstairs room of the King Crab Inn, up in Cyseal proper. The Legion keeps it under lock and key, though, so you'll need Aureus's permission should you want to have a peek.
The Councilor has been murdered, so I assume there are some suspects?
So there are. Or rather, there is. Popular opinion has it his wife did the deed. But to be frank, I have my doubts. She seems a likely candidate, to be sure, but that would make her a sorceress. Esmeralda knows how to charm, yes, but I just don't see her magic extend beyond a frolicsome look and wink. Still, don't simply take my word for it, Hunter. It may be well worth your while to cross-examine her yourself. The Legion has her under guard in her shop near the town square. That's where you'll find poor Jake's widow.
Anything else? It may interest you to know that the orcs we took care of were led by a human.
A human, you say? Truly? But that would be like a kitten leading a wolf pack. And yet, I have heard rumors about a sect of sorts, a shadowy set of worshippers that associate even with orcs. Some say they're sorcerers, but people will say that about anyone who behaves a bit strangely nowadays. I don't quite know what to make of this news, but thank you for informing me. It'd be foolish to dismiss such a curious event out of hand.
What exactly is the trouble you're having with the undead?
Ah, the undead. They've been clawing their way out of the ground for 2 years now. And for 2 years the stalemate between them and the living has been dragging on at a weary pace indeed. The Legion did a good job keeping them at bay, but I think it's fair to say that without my magic-infused ballistae, they'd have gotten the better of us by now. Someone is responsible for the outbreak. Necromancers are at work, but who are they and where do they hide? Alas, that searching for them is like searching for a single louse in a lion's mane.
Like his cat references. From what I've seen and heard, this isn't the first time you've had problems with marauding orcs.
Unfortunately, that is absolutely correct. The orc siege is yet another hairball stuck in this city's already choking throat, and it shows no signs of abating. We've cordoned off the western beach where most orc activity has been reported. For the 9 lives of me, I can't seem to figure what they're doing here. There's nothing of interest along the waterfront, except for a set of caves with an unfavorable reputation. Maybe they're after some pirate's treasure, the fools.
Do tell me more about this cat trick of yours.
Oh, but that's not a trick. It's a blessing. Or does it surprise you that I enjoy taking a feline guise? Such magic is a gift, Hunter. To tread upon the realm of instinct. Even articulate speech, perhaps humanity's greatest asset, cannot give expression to something so inextricably innate. To be out in the night, to stalk on silent paws and hunt with only the moon as your witness. You couldn't possibly imagine the thrill. But of course, it's handy to speak in more than meows. And I couldn't brew potions or make machines without opposable thumbs. This I freely admit. Let's just say I have found a way to enjoy the best of 2 worlds.
Okay.
I'm glad we've met, Source Hunter. And I'm certain we have a lot more to talk about. Feel free to visit me whenever you want. I've set up a workshop in the Legion's headquarters.
All right.
Once you're there, just take the stairs, but do pay a visit to Aureus first. He may bark like a beagle with its tail stuck in the door, but you won't get very far in your investigation without speaking to the de facto leader of Cyseal. And with that, I bid you adieu, Hunter. Adieu and good luck. May your enemies prove to be mere mice, and you the dauntless mouser.
Indeed.
Sorcery, sects, undead, orcs. Looks like we have our work cut out for us.
At least we won't be bored. How about we go see that Aureus chap Ahu mentioned?
Indeed. Oh, a firestorm grenade. This harmless-looking bottle deals a bunch of damage in a big radius. That's why you don't leave your Molotov cocktails in barrels, folks. Or your cheese. With cheese in either hand, anything is possible. Right, we won't be taking anybody's hammer or nails, though. You don't understand a word of this animal. A word this animal's saying. If you had the pet pal talent, you could have had a meaningful conversation. All right. I don't know why we got like 1,000 experience just for talking to that one guy, but we did.
I swear I can hear that bleeding cheese version from here.
Careful now. Never know when those green beasts gonna launch another blazer our way.
Steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
Ah, this is the
I
leader.
can't even smell the sea air over this rock.
Bless the sun! I am restored!
New information was added to your log. Press L to
I
access
can't
it.
even smell the sea air over this rock.
Okay, let's see. Oh, yes, here's my log. We were waylaid by a group of tomb raiders escaping with a stone of some kind. Their leader used necromancy, a further indication that Source is in play in Cyseal. We could investigate the tomb or keep heading towards the city. We met with an angry undead in the catacomb from which the tomb raiders emerged. He told us they stole a bloodstone, an ominous name to be sure. We wandered straight into an orc assault on the beaches of Cyseal, but they were no match for us in combat. They were led by a human. It can hardly be a coincidence that he was dressed like the tomb raiders we met earlier. What on earth is going on here? We met with Arhu, a wizard capable of turning himself into a cat. Or vice versa. A cat capable of turning himself into a wizard? Maybe. I remember reading a thing where a wolf could turn into a human, not a human that turned into a wolf. He told us to meet with Captain Arius, the ranking officer in Cyseal, in the Legion headquarters. Mysterious murder. The wizard Arhu welcomed us to Cyseal. Clearly, there are many strange things going on in this town, but the murder of Councilor Jake should remain our top priority. Arhu saw the room in which Councilor Jake was murdered, and he is certain he saw traces of sorcery in there. We should have a look for ourselves. Arhu told us to talk to Arius, the captain of the Legion, in the Legion headquarters up in Cyseal proper. We'll need his authorization if we want to see the scene of the murder, which is located in the King Crab Inn. Arhu informed us the main suspect in Jake's murder is his wife, Esmeralda, but that he has his doubts about that. Could she really be a sorceress? That will be for us to judge. Perhaps we should talk to her ourselves in her shop near the town square. Into the dark. Arhu told us there are more orcs to be found on the western beach near the entrance of an ill-omened cave. It's maybe worth our while to investigate what it is these beasts are up to. A shell on the beach. This one's finished. On the beach, we met a talking shell called Ishmashel. He is very unhappy to be stranded on land and wants us to throw him back into the sea. And we did so. He was grateful and raised a treasure chest from the seabed. Guards at the bridge. We met two tipsy legionnaires guarding a bridge. They suspected we were spies and wanted to arrest us. We agreed to go to the wizard to resolve the issue peacefully. It seems we have arrived just in time. The beaches of Cyseal are under attack. We defeated the platoon of orcs attacking Cyseal's beach and harbor. Curiously, it looked like there was a black-clad human giving the orders. We learned from the diary of a dead man that he jumped off a cliff, believing that some whimsical statues had granted him the ability to fly. Yes, there's more there. Excellent. I think I should be able to, equip this just fine. Yeah, so we're going to switch over to this two-handed practice sword. I assume this will tell us directions. North is Cyseal, west is beach, south is harbor. Okay, let's just go up that way then. Well, that beach doesn't look so good. Treasure chest and trapdoor. Interesting. Yeah, drawbridge to defend this area.
Honored to meet you. Wish I was a source hunter. Dangerous line of work, but it's a damn sight more glorious than being a legionnaire.
Honored to meet you. I wish I was a...
Okay, so people are going to say the same thing in different accents. It's fine, but press M to open your map. Important characters will mark destinations on your map. Yes, I figured that one out already, but whoa. This is quite a few levels of zoom. Cyseal Harbor. Cyseal Ruin Villa. Tranquil Beach. Esmeralda. Crime Scene. Captain Aureus in Legion Headquarters and Ahu Study. And a fountain. I wonder if this water's potable or not. West Gate, Morgue, East Cyseal Center. Barracks were south. I don't know if any... Oh, there's the... I found the compass needle that points north, everyone. I was very confused for a moment. Oh. Yeah, they're getting buffed by...
Say, no one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I, borrowed one of these fish, would you?
She's a leader. She's giving a leader bonus. +1 willpower, +5 initiative, +5% damage. Hey, Robin.
Borrow indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid. A good day to you.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear.
Are you inhabitants? Tell me about yourself.
Oh, my story's tired by now. I was happy enough, prosperous enough, before these lean times around Cyseal began. Still, that doesn't waive a man's need to eat, you know.
Are you in the habit of stealing?
I never would have dreamt of resorting to petty theft during better times. But what choice have I got now? If it's steal or starve, I'll choose steal.
Can I give you an orange? Yes. Have an orange.
So what do you think? Should I snag a fish?
I just gave you an orange. Eat the orange. That merchant has to eat too, you know? Leave the fish alone.
That merchant has to eat too, you know. Leave the fish alone.
Yes, you know what they say about giving a man a fish? This man should learn to stand on his own 2 feet. I mean, it's just you shouldn't be stealing. That's really what it is, but sure.
Yes, you know what they say about giving a man a fish. This man should learn to stand on his own 2 feet.
I mean, I gave him an orange.
I suppose you've got a point. Another day, another rumbling belly. Never fed a hungry man, you know.
Yeah, but I gave you an orange. Yeah, whatever.
Cheese, tomatoes.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned.
Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest bounty. How many crab claws would you like? 3? 11?
You can barter with almost all characters. Use the trade icon on the trade pane to start bartering. How about that fish thief?
I listened in while you were talking to that would-be thief. Thank you for preserving my stock. It's no wonder you source hunters are known for setting a place straight.
So you sell herring. Is this you, or is it I following you? A healthy specimen, fresh caught from the seas around Cyseal. It smells like hell, but it tastes like not starving to death. Hopefully it tastes better than it looks. And this mackerel, it seems to cry out to be made into Cyseal pie. Sure, we'll buy your fish.
If you can choose the finest greens.
That's fine. It's a cooking pot for cooking.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
From your recollection of traveler sales on the journey, this appears to be the main ingredient of the Riverland King's pie from King Crab Tavern. So fresh, you can suck the flesh right out of the shell.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
I swear I saw a lady in red upon the beach, but everyone laughs and says I'll see mermaids next.
What
Jack.
are ye staring at?
Well, tell me about yourself.
Captain Jack's the name, though the title may be a little generous at the moment. My crew ran off, and I can't find enough hardy souls to help me reload the ship and sail off.
What happened to your crew?
Those scallywags heard there be silver in the Lacula mines, and they abandoned ship like the lily-liver turkeys they are. Haven't seen them since the day we docked.
I see. Vegetable vendor.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
A lot of vendors.
Let us see if you can choose the finest green.
Ah, hello, proportionate one. Oh, I can see from the symmetry in your face that you are a great fan of the fine arts, no?
Proportionate one? That's an odd title to give somebody.
I'm a painter by trade, as you can see, but a cartographer at heart. You might think there isn't enough work for one of my talents in a downtrodden city like Cyseal, and you'd be quite right. I travel around Andervale, mastering my craft and finding new subjects to add to my litany of lovely portraits and complex maps. Like this rooster I'm working on now, and the landscape that surrounds him.
You sell treasure maps for a lot of money. I see.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Sell this pitchfork.
Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
I'm not sure I really want to wrestle an earth elemental, but thanks for asking. Esmeralda shop. Everything from panties to potions.
Leave me be, I have a job to do.
Okay. Ah, there's Esmeralda.
Legion's greetings. I have been informed about your heroics on the beach. Were that I had been there to partake in the battle. But my duties lie here, sworn as I am to protect Lady Esmeralda from the rabble that would enforce summary justice on her, even though she is, until proven guilty, wholly innocent.
And you are?
I am Septimus, 7th son in a household of 9, legionnaires all. Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Cyseal from day 1. Alas, both of them have long since fallen in battle against the dead. But never shall I lose heart. Long as a single legionnaire stands, all of us remain undefeated in the eyes of the gods.
How'd you think about Esmeralda?
So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Riverlong, my friend. And I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. She stands accused of murder, but in my mind, her presumed guilt is a fallacy, and indeed a fabrication. Steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her culpability should be brought before me. And I hold no such proof exists.
Well, let's discuss Jake's death.
Jake's murder is, in a word, a tragedy. He was well loved in all of Cyseal. The Council of 7 couldn't have wished for a better ambassador. That he of all people should have braved the undead siege for so long, only to be felled by foul sorcery, is heartrending. And what questions are those?
Tell me about Cyseal.
Tragedy flocks to this place, like goblins to a boar carcass. None of us guessed, when we were assigned to Cyseal, that we were about to embark on a years-long stint in the unluckiest city in Rivellon. Undead orcs, ghosts, what's next? Man-eating zombie crabs?
Probably, now that you've mentioned it.
I remember waking up with a head full of hammers 2 years ago. The drill sergeant barking away, "Up you get, lads, we sail for Cyseal. Them's in need of the Legion over there." They certainly were, and they are still. Only, we cannot grant them victory. For I have yet to see the mortal soul that can put those undead bastards to rest once and for all.
And what do you say, Esmeralda?
My, what a strong and handsome officer you are, kind Septimus. You must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a real war hero.
Oh, I'm no hero, Esmeralda, dearest. I'm just doing my duty, for the Legion.
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, milady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your haloed head shall be harmed.
Lords above, grant me patience. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Here because you think I killed my husband. How many times do I need to state and restate my complete innocence in the matter?
I mean, we're just getting info.
I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now, alas, his widow. Poor man. We were both so young when we married. He so rich and I so poor, but his one and only princess just the same. Like I told just about every legionnaire in town, I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer found and tried, but everyone suspects me of this evil deed. And you're no different, are you? So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub call me a murderous gold digger and you believe them? These insinuations truly go beyond the pale. Oh, I think I'm getting one of my headaches. Well, what do you want to know?
About Cyseal.
Never imagined that finding a quarter pound of mouldy, moth-eaten flour would be a cause for celebration in this city. How things have changed.
I guess, yeah.
Praise be that Arhu the wizard has the wits about him to build these newfangled weapons of his, or Cyseal would have been the very throne of decay by now. Because of him, life here is almost bearable again, despite the walking dead. Though it's rather eerie and perplexing at the same time to think about how quickly one adjusts to the great dangers when a handful of guardians holds them at bay.
What do you sell? Some cloth caps. Era antique mail armor of water resistance. Well, that seems good. Also, it's expensive because it's good. There's some antique mail armor. Northern metallurgists, okay, the same things, have long used horns as their signature motif, and they say it symbolizes their mascot, a bull, while their competitors say it's an homage to the demon who taught them to hammer steel. Aqua antique cloth of vitality. Plus 7% water resistance, plus 1 initiative is nice. This minimal chest armor set grants its wearer a special freedom from cumbersome accoutrements. That's chest armor? There's not much in the way of chest armor. Old wooden air wand. Cool old wooden earth wand of the doctor. Allows you to cast summon wolf. 3 uses. Pressed with clumps of dirt, the staff wafts the scent of earth and loam. Some bows. Some shoes. Lazy antique cloth bracers of initiative. Ah, they give you +1 telekinesis and +2 initiative. Slightly stronger armor as well. Oral antique cloth shoes of superstition. Some air resistance and lucky charm. Designed to facilitate travel, these boots closely hug the wearer's feet. Water balloon. Yeah, it makes water happen. Okay. I can sell her this if I want to. 7 gold. Very useful object, a less useful weapon. Yeah. I'll sell you some random junk.
She seems to be quite adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she actually did the evil deed.
That is how this works, yes. Oh, I like the birds. West. East is barracks and eastern gates. This way. I think if I bring up my map. Yeah, okay, they're over there. Hey, beggar. What's your story?
1 coin or 2, noble spirit? 1 coin or 2?
Tell me about yourself.
Oh, I am a happy man, and certainly a humble one now. It turns out losing it all has its own share of benefits.
How did you lose it all?
Ah, a fool once was I, and ever seeking greater satisfaction than that which I already enjoyed. In my folly, I sought the counsel of those notorious Watcher statues on the western cliffs. Their guidance ruined any small fortune I might have had, but certainly granted me humility.
Tell me more about them.
I'd heard they were not to be trusted, that they gave fools advice to the fools who sought them, but somehow I believed that I was the exception. They told me that I would find fame and renown if I renounced my worldly possessions, all my worldly possessions, and became a great figure of piety and humility. Fire, the most thorough cleanser, was my method. But as my house burned in front of me, I felt no elevation, no piety, only the sudden weight of my own idiocy upon my very soul.
Well, have some gold. I'm feeling generous. Have 10 gold pieces.
May the soul of Astarte smile upon you, kind stranger.
So those statues told him he'd have to renounce his earthly possessions to become a spiritual leader, did they?
Let's see. Makes sense to me. How can you explore the spirit when you're busy keeping up with the Joneses? Absurd. Since when is poverty a prerequisite of spirituality? Indeed.
Absurd. Since when is poverty a prerequisite of spirituality?
Right. I'm not going to throw my things on a pyre in the hope that the stench of my burning trousers will please an ill-defined spirit. Or some of the richest people in the world are also some of the most miserable. Gold can purchase many things, but neither joy nor wisdom are among them.
Some of the richest people in the world are also some of the most miserable. Gold can purchase many things, but neither joy nor wisdom are among them.
So what do these do? Righteous or renegade? You don't have the trait? Okay. Pickpocketing is improved. Righteous. Leadership is increased by 1. Oh. So they're both leaders now because of that. If you have the spiritual trait, you're immune to fear. Materialistic.
Cruel.
Lore masters increased by 1. Interesting. But she has spiritual, so she is immune to fear. His leadership. I want to spend this on
Can you spare a coin?
better skills. I mean, I gave you 10, so. Well, this looks an awful lot like where the Legion must be.
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Ah, come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Furious! She bit me in the face!
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly'll be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I wish for you to try it, Screech Woman! Sorry, sir. The beast speaks? So you've half a brain behind that feral maul, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and aped an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Furious. You'll only encourage it.
What's going on here?
Hey, who's that then? Come on, stand where my good eye can see you.
Hello, Tulia. Oh, yeah, you you do look a little worse for wear.
Easy, Tull. That's the source hunter you're talking to.
A curious situation you've got here. Is a woman in this cage under arrest?
She may have the look of a woman if you squint hard enough, but she's no more than a wild animal. We got reports of a strange-looking outsider skulking through the town with her bow drawn. I found her crouched behind a tree, taking aim at a fat old rat trotting along the city walls. I tapped her on the shoulder to see what was what, and the beast startled like a wild cat and lunged right at me.
Bit Tulia right in the face, she did. It wasn't pretty, and now it's got a chunk ripped off it to boot.
You just insulted Tulia a lot right there.
Enjoy it while you can, Ver. There's not another legionnaire in the cohort that'll have you if I go rabid.
And what will become of this admittedly strange stranger?
Well, that's to be decided. She doesn't seem to be sick, despite Tully's moaning. We can't keep her here forever, but we can't well send her into the wilds again, can we?
Yeah, I was wondering. Perhaps it'd be worth taking the stranger under our wing. She'll likely come in handy if we can trust her to watch our backs. Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
Perhaps it'd be worth taking this stranger under our wing. She'll likely come in handy if we can trust her to watch our backs.
After all, a fearless hunter might prove quite useful for our investigation. That's a mighty big if. We can't have one of our team wandering off into the wilds when we need her to be watching our backs. After all, a fearless hunter. How do I want to roll this one?
Recruits, that was sloppier than Cyseal.
After all, a fearless hunter might prove quite useful for our investigation.
Well, that's a relief, ain't it? We found a good home for her after all, Tull.
The party were dragging the portraits away from one another, breaking the chain. Yeah.
Heed me, Source Hunter. She's not good for anything more than cannon fodder. And don't turn your back on her when she's got that bow within arm's reach.
You say you will take me under your wing, but I see no feathers. Are you a child of the birds, as I am of the bears?
A child of the bears. I meant that I would be responsible for you. I'll keep you out of trouble.
In truth, this is a relief. Your world is made with rules I have not yet memorized. I am happy to have a friend in such a place.
A child of the bears. What does that mean exactly?
And so the lonely babe was fed upon the wild mother's milk, and cast aside from humankind, he thrived among his mother's ilk. So says the saga of Thris. Do you know it? The wise godwolf Amira raised the child Thris among her litter. So you see, I have good company. Thris the wolfson, and I the bear daughter.
I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Ask freely, my friend.
So you were raised by bears in the wild?
Your city is far more wild than Home Forest. In Home Forest, the rules are clear. In Home Forest, your strength and speed determine your fate.
Okay.
Here, a tiny screech woman, no swifter than a mudworm, might confine you into a tiny cage, and one must wait for a kind stranger to grant freedom.
But how did you come to learn to speak?
Jarrett, wise Jarrett, taught me the bird songs of our people. If not for him, I would never have learned more than the beasts could teach me. A beast's life is to survive. A human's is to know. I am both beast and human, and so I must do both.
Tell me more about this, Jarrett.
He came to me when I was small. A fierce, wild one, yet unaware of the difference between the other cubs and herself. He called to me in a soft song. At first I thought him a great bird. We each reached out to the other. We found each other. Jarrett visited me often, and in time I learned his songs and more. When he built a small cabin within Home Forest, I hunted his food and fetched his water by day while he studied his books and his magics. By night, by the fire, he'd tell me tales of the world of people. Jarrett is my master and my friend, my teacher and myself. He teaches me and I care for him.
You seem to know quite a lot of history for the daughter of a bear. How is this possible?
I have learned all the bird song that Jarrett could teach. I remembered every word. These tales have brought me much pleasure. The remembering of the beasts is without lies. We know not to approach the wasp's nest because long ago one bear mother discovered its dangers. This she taught to her cubs, and those cubs taught the next. We do not remember Rito and the battle of the buzzing brutes. We remember only what is useful to us now. Rito will be forgotten. The beauty of the story will be forgotten. But the lesson will not. It is different between beasts and humans. I am lucky to enjoy both ways.
Why have we come to Cyseal?
I heard this was a place of many people, so here I came. I have seen more faces here in a day than I had seen in all the days of my life together. But I have not found the face I seek. Jarrett is missing. It is my duty to find him.
Have you any clue where Jarrett might be?
That mystery is thick and ugly as a swarm of hornets. It started with a great disturbance in Home Forest. A terrible disease came in the night and turned the birds and beasts soft and foul as carrion while they still lived.
That sounds deeply unpleasant.
I watched countless of my loved ones die, rotted from the inside. When I ran to Jarrett to tell him what I had seen, his reaction was strange. He had no answer. The next morning, Jarrett did not emerge from his room. I left him be, but after 3 days I grew anxious. I broke down the door, and inside his chamber was nothing. His equipment, his books, all but some scraps of parchment were gone. He was kidnapped, and all his research was taken with him. The only clue I found was a letter among the scraps. I could not make out all the words, but I recognized the threat. Death, coming for you. And the signature? Attenborough. I do not know the one called Attenborough, but I know that if I am to find Jarrett, I must start there. Whoever this Attenborough may be, I believe he or she may know where Jarrett has been taken. Source Hunter. I have heard tales both grand and terrible about the world of humans. I myself was caged one moment and freed the next by our kind. In Home Forest, every creature acts according to the nature of its kind. Birds frighten easily, badgers fear little. But amongst men, there are no guarantees. Sorry, sir.
There's little in our world more variable than the minds of men. It is a source of great beauty and much despair, and all of it uniquely human. Or, yes, as you've noticed, we are an unpredictable species, as likely to kill as to heal. It's best to be wary of those you meet for this very reason. I like this top one more.
Sorry, sir.
Let's see. You take each in stride and prepare for either. You'll find your fellows surprise you, for better and for worse in equal parts, Beardata. Uniquely human. I wouldn't go quite so far. The savagery of humans is no better than that of the basest beasts. I think I like this top one better.
It is difficult for me to claim humanity as you do. I am still learning to see myself in the faces of those I meet. And those I meet do not always see themselves in me. It is strange to stand with one foot in the forest and the other in the city, Source Hunter. I am glad that now I have you standing beside me.
Hooray. Let's actually... oh, they have changed a little bit. Oh. Independent and obedient is now more neutral. You have this trace? Yeah, righteous.
That was sloppier than Cysealian stew. Again!
So she has Beardother's armor. The garment patched together from leather and wild fleece appears to have been torn and mended many times over. Rough, sturdy, a little rank. Who else could have made and worn this particular garment? And Beardother's boots. Rough hewn yet sturdy, these patchwork boots are lined with rabbit fur and held together by sinews and strips of animal hide. Seems she has a bunch of arrows. She's more dex oriented. Dex and constitution. Right. There's Beardother's bow. And a dagger. Interesting. Her bow outlevels her. Oh, she's level 3. I actually have some of the Beardother. I could craft some arrows too if I wanted to.
That was sloppier than Cysealian stew. Again!
Invalid combination. Oh, this is just straight up knockdown arrows. Never mind. Cloud arrow. Oh, right, that just sits there. Okay. Let's see. Smoke grenade. Stunning arrowhead. Stunning arrows. Let's see. Beardother. Beardother. Beardother.
Recruits, that was sloppier than Cysealian stew. Again.
Let's see. I also picked up empty flask. Yeah, I wonder what I can do with empty flasks. Can these combine? Nope.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Can I combine cooking pot with raw meat? Nope. It's worth trying.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
And Clarissa. And Clarissa. And Clarissa.
About face.
And these to Beardother. Santa Clarissa. Santa Clarissa.
Again.
Let's see. Let's just make another one of these.
About face.
Send this to Beardother. Okay, I can send from here. That's nice. Flour and water to make dough. And I can make pizza with the dough. And tomato. Uh-oh. Maybe there's some other thing going on there.
Recruits, that was sloppier than Cysealian stew. Again.
Oh, I need to make... Oh, I can use hammer and a tomato. Okay. We'll look into that more later. Legion headquarters. Drop a quick save here, just because I've done some stuff now. Hello, audience.
What have we here, then? A so-called source hunter, eh? Well, look, do what you must in Cyseal, but don't make waves and don't interfere with the Legion's affairs. You hear? I'm Captain Aureus, if you must know, leader of the Legion in Cyseal. By which I mean I have the enviable task of commanding a battalion of walking dead. For I fear it may well be but a matter of time before the undead undo all my soldiers and turn them into driveling hordes of their own misshapen number.
That does seem like something that would be the general concern, yes. Anything about Jake's murder?
Gods above! Some politician snuffs it and everyone's in an uproar. Ridiculous! I told that wizard brat of an Ahu not to bother, but he just had to send for source hunters, didn't he? Bloody magicians. They see a pigeon poop and think sorcery's afoot. Nevertheless, I want to be kept in the loop, understand? I am in command of this town, not Mayor Cecil, not Ahu, and definitely not some hotshot source hunter. So investigate Jake's death if you feel so inclined, but report back to me the moment you discover something out of the ordinary. The scene of the crime is over at the King Crab Inn. You can tell the guard you have my permission to enter. Now off with you!
In regards to his wife, Esmeralda?
Esmeralda is Jake's wife. Well, widow. Everyone in town, down to the crabs on the beach, is convinced she killed him. Now, the girl has the reputation of being a flirt. There is that. But that doesn't suffice as evidence, wouldn't you say? Or do source hunters rely on hearsay alone, perhaps? That certainly would explain some of the cock-ups you lot have made in the past. What? You're going to stand there and claim with a straight face your order never wrongly tortured and executed anyone? Hardly. But I won't stand for such nonsense. If you bring evidence before me, I'll evaluate it with perfect objectivity. The Legion relies on reason, see? Not idle superstition. If you must.
So your main problem is the undead?
Bravo! Figured that one out, did you? I haven't been stuck here for 2 years because we're being besieged by fluffy kittens, you know. Those brain-feasting freaks out there keep on coming. And it takes all the sword arms and all of Ahu's half-baked contraptions to keep them at bay. Keeping them at bay, that is all we do. Were that I could break their backs once and for all.
What, in your opinion, are the orcs doing on the beach?
I'd say they are looking for weak spots in our defenses. They can't make an attack over land for fear of Ahu's magical machines, so they're trying their luck by sea. They won't succeed, though. Not against the Legion.
It tells me he suspects a sect. Might be working around Cyseal.
Yes, and he also spends most of his time in the guise of a cat, licking God's knows which body parts. Sects, sorcerers. He'll be seeing flying carpets next.
That's good for me. Is this where I can find Ahu's study? Okay. Those are some magically supported stacks of books. Also, why are they shaking like that?
How can I help you, my friend?
Let's talk about source
By
of
all
business.
means.
Is there more you can tell me about the strangers that seem to be in league with the orcs?
I can't say much more, but that they're madmen. All the more dangerous to us because of their alliance with what should be a natural enemy. You won't see me teaming up with a terrier in a hurry.
Anything about Jake's murder?
Of course. I hope your investigation fares well.
What happened the night of the murder?
I can but piece together what few morsels fell from the grapevine into a rather disappointing meal, I'm afraid. They say a woman arrived in the King Crab Inn sometime after midnight. She retired to a room on the ground floor where she was soon joined by a man who had been nursing the same cup of wine for hours.
Ah, I see. So somebody who wasn't really there to drink but wanted an excuse to be there and to blend in a little bit, shall we say.
I say man and woman because both of them were cloaked and recognized by none. About an hour later, another figure arrived, headed for the same room. Soon after, a terrible commotion erupted and the thundering light of magic was witnessed by the few remaining patrons. It took a while for the landlord to pluck up the courage to enter the mystery room. When finally he did, he found Jake there, dead. How and why he came to be there, no one knows. But I had a good look around the scene of the crime before the Legion barred anyone from entering. The traces of magic I felt were vile. Source, no doubt.
So who, in your opinion, are the suspects?
I myself have none. Even though the rest of the town has already mentally tried and convicted Jake's wife, Esmeralda. Now, it may well be established that she is, in fact, the guilty party. I'm not claiming that I'm certain she's innocent, but let's just say that if I really thought this murder case would be so very easily resolved, I wouldn't have sent for source hunters.
Indeed. Okay. Well, let's go to the inn then. Actually, I think I might take a short break, actually. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. BRB.
Recruits, that was sloppier than Cysealian stew. Again! Those boots and embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining, recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
Attention! About face! To the barracks! Not! Recruits! That was sloppier than Cysealian stew. Again! Attention! About face! To the barracks! Not! Recruits! That was sloppier than Cysealian stew. Again! Attention! About face! To the barracks! Not! Recruits! That was sloppier than Cysealian stew. Again! Those boots would embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining, recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
Okay. Let's take a screenshot. Let's see.
Sorry,
Apparently
sir.
needs to get to shining. I wanted to actually look at skills. Oh, there's a forget option? Interesting. Okay. The special. These are the skills that she currently has. Oh, there's repair. Use repair hammer to mend damaged equipment. Ah. Okay. So these are like current skills, not possible skills. Okay, let's continue on our way. Let's see, we need to go over there. Drop a save too. Remember, it's sloppier than a Cysealian stew. So that's what they keep telling me. Okay, so right now, everybody, or like the prime town suspect is Esmeralda. I think that's unlikely to be the case. Seems neither married, engaged, or attached in any way. I've never bothered to inquire. What the heck is Septim talking about? Talking head. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost named Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for color. Apart from beer and flatulence.
Zombie ate your dog? Orc sunk your ship? No matter! You're at Katarina's Fair, a veritable summer home for troubled minds. Won't you take a seat and let our esteemed entertainers whisk you off to a better place?
Well, tell me about yourself, Katarina the Fair.
Well, I'm Katarina the Fair, fairest first lady of the fair, of course. I do love making the acquaintance of my patrons, and who knows which of them might become one of my performers.
There's something going on over that way.
I've an open stage in want of talent, and I've often found the best young performers among the rank and file of the audience.
What do you have to offer in trade? A chicken foot. Alright, the gnarled foot is closed and fist-like ball. This dry, mundane state isn't much use to anyone. A mug of beer, facts unknown. And she's not particularly wealthy.
Fantastic!
Bravo! Bravo!
The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd.
You enjoy yourselves. I'm gonna continue looking for... Nope, this is not the correct direction. Oh, there's a rooster.
Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the Earth Scroll to ground you.
Wow, you certainly sell a lot of scrolls. Let's pull the scroll. Oh, skill books. Let's pull skill book. What does the skill book do? Read this book to learn this spell. Oh, that's useful. 10% set stun size for one turn. Okay, so there's scrolls, which are one-time use. Then there's books that actually teach you things. Water of Life skill book.
Let us see if you can
You and your allies around you magically gain Constitution. Constitution boosted by 3. For 4 turns. Blank Witchcraft Scroll can be used to create a random Witchcraft scroll, spell scroll. Heath Red Rat's Tails ring kits. A simple ring lacking any adornment at all, though with a little love, it can become a bold statement piece. Interesting. Murdering fighting knife of the Vandal. I see. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on there. Okay, I'm not looking for any vegetables right now. This is something else entirely. Oh,
Well,
produce.
Mayor Cecil will be happy to see the likes of a source hunter. Welcome to the Town Hall of Cyseal.
Okay, well, let's go talk to the mayor. Maxine. Hello, Cecil.
What? Oh, it's you. Come closer then. Closer, huh? My ears aren't what they used to be. Nor my eyes, for that matter. Yes, hello, Source Hunter. Our city welcomes you.
And tell me about yourself.
My elf? What elf? Oh, myself. I am Cecil, Mayor of Cyseal, and husband of the stately Cecilia. I've been the mayor here for decades, and I'm quite eager to see Cyseal through these difficult times. Yes, very difficult times indeed.
Tell me about the issues in Cyseal.
What?
The issues in Cecil.
Oh, you mean Cyseal? Very difficult times indeed. As though the death of Jake, and by source magic no less, weren't enough. We're also facing all sorts of brutish intruders. The undead have overrun all but one northern trade route, while the orcs are making a habit of savaging our beaches.
Interesting.
That's not to mention that at the top of this whole caboodle, there's rumors of some new religious sect or cult or some such, sticking its tendrils into the innocent, seven-fearing folks of Cyseal. And, while we're on the subject of troubles, I myself have a private matter I'd like to bring to your attention. It involves a magic relic I rather foolishly sought. A weapon called the Staff of Pergamon.
Let's see. What's this about a Staff of Pergamon?
What of what now? Oh, you're speaking gibberish. Ah, you mean the Staff of Pergamon. Yes, yes. I was expecting a shipment of weapons, and among the cargo was this very powerful, very rare staff. I managed to place the order through means somewhat, atypical to a government official.
I see.
Cecil proved an old fool, though. For the merchant slated to deliver it to me has just informed me that the damn thing has gone missing. I fear it may have fallen into the wrong hands, and I wonder if you could retrieve it for me.
Tell me about the merchant.
His name is Conrad, captain of the Tide Splitter, a merchant ship still docked at the Cyseal harbor. You can talk to him if you think it'd help, but I'd quite like to avoid getting the Legion involved, if you don't mind.
I can understand. What do you know about the staff itself?
The staff itself contains a shard of an ore, highly valued for its use in the weapons of war. I know use of the material to be forbidden, but I was desperate to do something to aid the townsfolk against the undead.
Can you tell me more about Rivlon's sects?
Well, I do believe that's something your parents ought to have discussed with you long ago, Source Hunter. But I suppose if you really don't know, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least explain the basics.
Oh, good pun.
Ah, you see, when a lady and a fellow find each other rather nice, well, rather more than nice, they occasionally, well, they... Oh, this is nonsense. I'm the mayor for the 7th sake. I can't be bothered to chat all day about the birds and the bees when Cyseal's under siege by orcs, undead, and cultists.
We just wanted to know.
What? The undead? Yes, for the past 2 years, those blasted skeletons have all but suffocated this city. With all but one trade route overrun, Cyseal's once torrential commerce has slowed to a pathetic trickle.
That's not good. Tell me about Jake's murder.
Jake? Murdered? Oh, yes. Yes, now I recall. Indeed, I could hardly believe it myself. The Councilor and I have certainly had our differences over the years, but old squabbles evaporate under such circumstances.
I think this guy's been mayor for a little too long.
Most of the townsfolk are certain Jake's wife Esmeralda is responsible. In fact, the Legion have taken her into protective custody to keep her safe from the mob. As you can imagine, I've known Esmeralda for years. That business between her and the Duke of Ferrol was always a bit suggestive. But I've never had cause to suspect her of violence. Still, one never knows for sure.
Tell me about the Duke of Ferrol.
An all-right bloke, apart from all this Esmeralda nonsense. The whole town knows the only goal of his business trips to Cyseal is to spend a night or two at the King Crab Inn with Mrs. Councilor.
Can you tell me more about your library?
That depends. What kind of berries are you interested in, exactly? Ah, the library. Yes, yes, you must have a visit. It's the gem of Cyseal. Would you like to have a look? I'll escort you upstairs myself.
Sure, sounds interesting.
Marvelous. Follow me then. What? Oh, yes. This library is the jewel in Cyseal's crown, the beacon of culture and learning in our fair city. My Victoria has every volume you could possibly imagine, and she's got every speck of information about this place packed into her brilliant brain. Yes, Victoria's come a long way from that little bundle of claws and teeth I adopted so long ago. Ah, it brings a tear to my eye just seeing her here among her beloved books. What? Oh, yes, yes. I'll be on my way back downstairs now. Please introduce yourself. I know Victoria will be happy to make your acquaintance.
I like the little dust particles in the light there.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. This omnes autem mali demonis quam. What? What is this? Who are you to interrupt my musings? By Naga the Protector, they have the manners of boors, these boatmen of Cyseal. Oh, but perhaps I spoke too soon. Perhaps I was mistaken, for you hardly resemble the local fisherfolk, which, incidentally, is a compliment of copious dimensions indeed. No, a source hunter, that is what you are. Yes, a stalker of sorcery, a chaser of charms pernicious. In truth, I cannot go so far as to say it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, for I take no pleasure in the company of man. But it may just be to our mutual advantage to join forces nonetheless.
Why would you want to join forces?
Why, simply because you hunt source, and I, Jehan, hunt demons. You are aware, of course, that quite often both of these pests frequent the same shadowy pools of infamy. Now, I hate what I hunt, but I respect its cunning. Should I not, I'd have been decimated, body and soul, long since. This is a sentiment I'm quite certain you must recognize. Let there be strength in cunning, yes, but also in numbers. The calculus of wizardry I offer you, the might of the magician's mastermind. On one condition, that on our joint travels we will never deal with demonic entities, no matter how tempting their propositions. Give me your word on this, and I'll weave you spells.
Does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
I mean, there will be no deals with demons. I'm pretty sure on that one.
Very well. There will be no deals with demons.
Agreed. Nothing good ever came from bargaining with those devils anyway.
Agreed. Nothing good ever came from bargaining with those devils anyway.
Most gratifying. I see you are firm of purpose and thereby ready to descend. Descend into the madness that is sorcery, into the depths where demons dance. Gladly shall I follow you into the abyss. Onward, Blood and triumph await.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem! In the name of Amun-Hor, I bid thee Tujda Geta Hal, be welcome, human. My library is yours, as I hope your friendship is mine.
You offer a few blank scrolls in trade. Forgotten language of fairy. Alive to the touch, the book is at once warm, then cold. Sometimes it seems to reek of burnt paper, and others the faintest scent of orange blossoms wafts from its pages. Field guide. A Forge Master's Guide to the art and science of using a whetstone. A blunt weapon is sure indicator of a blunt mind. Add gold to balance. Who are you, madam?
I am Victoria, daughter of Mayor Cecil. Oh, I know what you're thinking. The likeness isn't exactly striking, is it?
No. You appear to be an orc?
When I was very young, you see, I must have been cast out by my tribe, for I was found in a wicker basket floating past Cyseal toward the sea. The fisherman who found me would have drowned me on the spot, for I am an orc after all. But praise be Amun-Hor, dear Cecil was among the gathered crowd, and he took pity on the exiled infant that chance had put in his way. He raised me like I was his own, this kindest of souls, taught me the language of men, their customs and their letters. Thus, I became the city's librarian, a position I uphold with no small diligence and pride.
May I take books from the library?
Indeed you may. The wisdom I here hoard is yours to peruse and even take with you. All I can ask is that you return the books you borrow so that others may enjoy them too.
Okay, interesting. As Purifying Fire Scroll. I'm going to leave it there.
Place this book here. A volume of poetry.
Let's see. I got a new field guide, volume 8. A Forge Master's Guide to the Art and Science of Using a Whetstone. A blunt weapon, a sure indicator of blunt mind. The Adventurer's Field Guide. The first trick my dad taught me was how to use a whetstone. I suppose that was his way of making sure he always had a knife sharpener on hand. Yeah, new recipe, improved axe. Sword.
Place this book here. A volume of poetry among novels. Urak! Mayhem.
Bunch of stuff. That was worth the 1 gold, that's for sure.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone?
That's life.
Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Let's see. Ah.
Cache d'Nor. A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
The 7 grant abundance!
I'm gonna be reading some books here. Let's see. Read. Fun with fluids. If you've ever tried consuming a Groupenia mushroom, you know full well what manner of effect it will have. Most Rivolian mushrooms have some sort of effect on the human body, and their essence can be squeezed into potions to enhance their effects, and combining mushroom-based potions has similar effects. Cool. Pirate's Life. And the book's tight binding belies its age. Bits of crumbling pages stick to your fingers as you turn each page. A Pirate's Life. Shipmate Falkerson's diary. Whoever came up with the idea to go hunting for treasure in Cyseal should be keel-hauled. I cared not for diaries before we ended up in this accursed place. As I fear the end is nigh, I feel obliged to warn my fellow pirates. Avoid Cyseal. As sunny as its beaches are, as golden as the sun shines its cobblestone roads, equally corrupt is this hellhole. There are laws for everything in Cyseal, and every law contradicts the other. In the beginning, we tried to work alongside the system for some time, better to ease down the local suspicions, you see. But I fear every trader that sets foot in Cyseal must become a pirate or an outlaw, whether they realize it or not. There are taxes on docking a ship. There are taxes on owning a ship. There are taxes on docking without a ship. There are taxes on boarding and unboarding the ship, but one cannot unboard without having boarded in Cyseal first. Oi! What's it even mean? There are taxes on entering the tavern if you're not a Sicilian, and there's a law against entering the tavern if you ain't a Sicilian. Unaware, you enter, pay the tax, and then get thrown in jail when the locals realize your anchor's set elsewhere. But that's not the worst part. We came here looking for treasure. There's a skull-shaped cave on the beach. The captain is certain there's a pirate's bounty within. We've sent out a dozen of our best men a fortnight ago, but they've yet to return. The rumor amongst our men is that the cave is haunted. Hogwash. The rest of us will investigate tomorrow. If our crew has not returned, then it's goodbye, Cyseal.
Kaj Dinor. The brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned.
Fun with
Everyone
fluids.
will have to pay yet another fine.
Drudene's qualities are many and well documented. For an adventurer, it isn't wise to consume in the thick of battle, though recreational use is widely accepted among liberal circles. Okay. Knowledge, significantly less widely spread, however, is that Drudene is best consumed from within a flask, as the bottling process often brings out its finest features. The Adventurer's Field Guide Volume 3. Since modification is all the rage these days, you may find a use for the slim volume on crafting the perfect shields for specific needs. Some smiths haven't the faintest idea how to mold a fine metal shield, and after I buy one, my first order of business is to find the nearest anvil and hammer the kinks out of it. The shield, I mean, not the anvil. That's a good line. Philosophy of Death, handbound and gilt-edged. Whoever attended to this book's creation clearly believed quite wholly in its importance. Philosophy of Death. Let us briefly discuss life and death, and the great opposites, great equals. Death is greater than life, so saith the priest, for in death comes the gods' just reward. But if this be true, whether the reward shall be the solace of heaven or the agony of hell is decided during one's lifetime. Therefore, life is much greater than death, for it is the decision-maker. And what of those who care not for the gods, who question the afterlife, the existence of deities? Life is life's own goal, they say, a wise sentiment I echo, and that even priests would do well to heed. But oh, how often does doubt assail these revelers of life? How often does fear approach with the creeping of the shadows? So great becomes the looming horror that death becomes larger than life, and death becomes the greater force. I forget the promise of gods, I say, but defy the fear of oblivion as well. For only if life and death become each other's equals can the philosophy of death become one of life. Death is the instigator of faith and fear, but only if you let it be so. If you gaze into its obsidian eyes, knowing it is the be-all and the end-all, but fear neither, then shall you have reached the shores of wisdom. So saith Nemris. I wonder who Nemris was. Zeal's Genesis play. An old play once written by the court minstrel of Lord Diedrich. This excerpt from the traditional drama Genesis of Cyseal is commonly performed in the local theatre. Most Sicilians and even a few foreigners are amply familiar with the tale and refuse to tolerate deviations from the script most know by heart. The story goes that two adventurers, lovers too, Cyrus and Celia, Cyseal, sailed west from Ferrol, knowing not whether they would find land on the other side. And they took with them sufficient provisions for 5 months of travel, but only during the last week of 6 months they land upon the land that would come they would come to call Cyseal. Celia, enough, Cyrus. I can't take another moment aboard this death barge. I'm starving and I'm sick. We'll find no safe refuge. Will we find no safe refuge from our travails? My gods, could it be? There, look! What is it? Are we out of fresh water? Is there a leak in the hull? Look, Seal, there, beyond the mist. It's land! Land, my sweet, land at last, and we shall call it Cyseal. For Cyrus and Celia. The Adventurer's Field Guide, Volume 5. A lumberjack's manual detailing the 2 many ways you can reduce a tree to varying pieces of wood. Now, I'm not a lumberjack, but I can get a good strong stick out of any log with my trusty axe whenever I'm in need of one. Some weird geezers have been asking for the wood chips on the floor after I've chopped up some logs, and I just let them. I have no idea what to do with those. Recipe for wood chips.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels?
Charity begins at home. Apparently, so does the art of assassination, if this creepy how-to book is anything to go by. Any old kitchen knife can be carved into a deadly dagger after the right amount of time on my anvil. Let's see.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where has the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
I don't need to be carrying these around. Just take up space.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where has the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
How about some old parchment too? You can hang on to that. Ah, yes, here's Johann. Wow, yeah, he has some serious magic going on.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where has the third one
His
gone?
Hydrosophist Nerith,
Shatsu.
both urge.
Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Johann's armor. Johann's bracers. Excuse me, his quarterstaff, boots. The Order of Source Hunters, a brief history. I don't need this sitting around.
Who placed this book here?
Don't need this
A
sitting
volume
around
of poetry
anymore.
among novels? Urak. Mayhem.
I don't need this copy of the Order of Source either. I already read it.
Still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
Yeah, I feel like sticking them in the library is the proper place for them. The history of Cyseal.
The knight in see-through armor. Princess
You
Buttercup with the
melts
blushing
it.
bottom.
Volume 1.
Stentekun. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
What's that gleam?
Well, there goes our orc lady. I'm not picking up rat extermination.
A brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet
Use
another
Smeltzits,
fine.
a large textbook with so many diagrams it makes your eyes sore. Fortunately, it also contains some concise advice about crafting swords. Let's read it. Use Smeltzits. The quality of a proper sword has quite declined in recent decades. Some blame a change in climates, others a change in the type and origin of iron reserves. I myself craft my own supplies from an iron bar and an anvil to ensure the maximum character of the weapon. Superior sword recipe. Cracking up a crowd, the definitive guide. Battered around the edges, this book bears the telltale signs of having been much beloved by the less than responsible set.
Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stentekun. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
See, much like making love, comedy requires equal parts passion and delivery. Fervor for the stage is not enough. Oh no! The truly successful comedian will study the details of the craft through countless long, lonely nights in preparation for his rendezvous with the audience. Compiled within this volume are some of Rivellon's finest funnies, enough to make a granite statue grin.
With the blushing bottom. Stentekun.
During a dwarven funeral, the bearers of the casket accidentally bump into a wall and hear a faint moan. They open the caskets and find out that the dwarven woman inside is actually alive. The entire funeral party rejoices, and a joyful tear springs into her husband's eye. The dwarven lady lives for 10 more years and then dies. There's another funeral for her. At the end of the service, the bearers carry out the casket. As they're walking out, the husband cries out, "Watch out for the wall."
Still hasn't been returned. Teleron will have to pay yet another fine.
An elf and an orc show up in Hall of Echoes at the same time. The orc says he froze to death, and the elf says he died of a heart attack. How did that happen? Asks the orc. The elf replied, "Well, I came home, and and thought I heard my wife in bed with someone else. But when I searched the house, I couldn't find anybody. I was so stricken with remorse for wrongly accusing my wife of infidelity, I had a heart attack and died on the spot. Jeez, said the orc. If you'd opened the icebox, we'd both be alive right now. Oh, dear. Every 10 years, the Elvenwood priests in the High Monastery are allowed to break their vow of silence to speak 2 words. 10 years go by, and it's one priest's first chance. He thinks for a second before saying, food bad. 10 years later, he says, bed hard. It's a big day, a decade later. He gives the head priest a long stare and says, I quit. I'm not surprised, the Elven High Priest says. You've been complaining ever since you got here. Yep. That was all of them, right?
Place this book here. A volume of poetry or novels. Urrak. What mayhem.
The history of Cyseal. Crack it open, inhale the musk of its pages. Learn something new. A Brief History of Cyseal by D.R. Galante. Gallant? I don't know. E's are weird in English. Sometimes they're pronounced, sometimes not. Though Cyseal's borders have shrunk considerably in modern times, ours was once an expansive kingdom of economic and strategic importance in the region of Andovale. Unembroiled in external politics, Cyseal was free to expand from sea to sea, and to the borders of Lucula Forest, where legendary and mysterious magicians are said to reside. Why then did Cyseal fall? First, trade. As the old kingdoms grew, Cyseal's ports became less central to trading routes. But, most importantly, Cyseal's history of a small and homogeneous population meant that its cultural importance faded as more diverse nations grew. Capitals that featured elvish musicians and dwarvish mead thrived, while Cyseal's trade stagnated. Still, Cyseal is a seat of significant cultural importance. Home of the last Source King, the catacombs of Cyseal are famed for their beauty and their supposed preternatural activity. In recent times, leaders of Cyseal are seeking to reinvigorate her economy. Fertile farmlands are being utilized at full capacity by the incentivized sale of lands to experienced farmers. Cyseal's future shines bright indeed.
Third one gone. Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
Blink Earth Scroll. I'm sure I could take those scrolls, but I feel like this is a library. Scrolls are,
Third one gone. Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
should be left to sit around. A couple of empty potion bottles lying around too, but you know what? I'm not picking those up. 'Cause that would be theft.
A source hunter! Oh, what a sight for sore Cysealian eyes!
Tell me about yourself, Charlene.
Me? I live alone here in town. Used to be that my younger brother Tom and I were practically joined at the hip, but that's all changed now.
What happened to your brother Tom?
Oh, he's always been something of a rascal, calling his petty hooliganism adventuring and endlessly worrying my poor mind. Oh, but of course, I've always loved that scamp to bits. For my part, I encouraged him to join the Legion. Even got him sparring with Captain Aureus now and then. But then those blasted Fabulous Five came into town.
Fabulous Five?
That band of... I don't even know what to call them. Well, they're his heroes, and I simply couldn't prevent him from going to see them. That one meeting was all it took for Tom to run off with them on some mission to God knows where.
I see. You have a fuse. To a grenade maker, fuses are an abundant pleasure. Fuses to be bought, fuses to be found, and a whole world of fuses. Of course, the really fun part is lighting them. Yes. I think I've entered a lot of log entries. Tom, the wannabe adventurer. Berlin, Mayor Cecil's maid says she is looking for her brother Tom. He left to become an adventurer and she hasn't heard from him in quite some time. Hello, Snick. I found a book listing some tried and true jokes. Maybe we can put it to good use. Seal asks us to retrieve the staff of Pergamon, a powerful relic that was stolen from him. He suggests we ask Conrad, the merchant in charge of the ship from which the staff was stolen. A feral woman named Beradother told us she's looking for a companion, Jareth. Yeah. A letter she found suggested someone called Attenborough might have been involved in his disappearance. Jake's wife Esmeralda says she didn't commit the murder, but we'd be fools to take her word for it. We better see if we can find some actual evidence that conclusively links her to her husband's death. I just hit U for the map because I've been playing too much Path of Exile, I guess. Okay. The crime scene's just over this way.
As many friends as the man with many cheeses.
You there! A moment of your indulgence, if you please. You are the Source Hunter, are you not? The hero the whole of Cyseal is abuzz about. The talk of the town. The juiciest grape on the grapevine. Such a pleasure to meet you. A delight.
Okay.
No, scratch that. It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Yes, that's it. Fate has put me on this very spot, so I may tell you all about a most intriguing opportunity indeed.
And you are?
Mendius, at your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine do but mend what has first been broken? I saved lives, to be sure, but today I change them.
You're not worried about the undead out and about?
They call the undead a problem, my friend, but those who know the ways of the Fabulous Five see no problems. They see opportunities. An enterprising spirit can wrench riches from cold dead rocks. Or from cold dead, full stop.
What's that opportunity you mentioned?
Oh, it's not merely an opportunity. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become better. To become the full extent of the promise that is locked inside of each and every one of us. So first of all, let me ask you this question. Do you like adventure?
Lay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
I think Lucy's here. Let's see. No. I think Lucy's here to do her duty. I'm here to do my duty, which is hardly the same as adventuring.
I'm here to do my duty, which is hardly the same as adventuring.
You mean to say that we do not live a life of adventure? We don't do anything else all day long.
So you mean to say we do not live a life of adventure? We don't do anything else all day long?
Clearly, two strong personalities stand before me. Two who voice their opinions with vigor when they differ. What else could I expect from mighty source hunters? Too bad your line of work comes with such measly recompense. Am I right? The wage of a mere soldier. Now, between you and me, tell me truthfully, don't you sometimes wish you could earn more?
I don't think Lucy cares that much. Riches do not interest me that much, actually.
Riches do not interest me much, actually.
Nor me. Wealth is but vanity.
Nor me. Wealth is but vanity.
Oh, but I know you're just being bashful. I bet that in your heart of hearts, your eyes water with joy when you discover yet another treasure during your travels. Even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety, without spice? To be a source hunter must get frightfully dreary sometimes. Am I right? All those orders. Investigate this, retrieve that, and at the end of the day, what do you have to show for it? Wouldn't you prefer to call your own shots? Be your own boss?
Yeah, there is no shame in following directives if your masters are worthy of your trust.
There is no shame in following directives if your masters are worthy of your trust.
You always stay menial with attitude. Just what those trusted masters want. True enough, we serve a just cause. So why wouldn't we follow our orders?
True enough. We serve a just cause. So why wouldn't we follow our orders?
Come now. I refuse to believe such a uniquely skilled individual would settle for a puppet's role. Life's too short to spend it doing someone else's bidding. Am I right? Of course I am. And I could help you attain the dream. Enact the change you deserve. And that is exactly why I am here. Why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab, so that I could meet you and tell you about the marvel that is the Fabulous Five. The invitation to join is yours. Grab it.
About this Tom fellow.
Who? Tom? Doesn't ring a bell. Oh, hold on. Yes, of course, Tom. One of our most recent additions to the Fellowship. Brave kid. Smart as a tack. He'll prove to be a wonderful addition to the family yet.
I'll take my leave. Oh, the Duke of Farrell.
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you.
Well, tell me about yourself.
I am the Duke of Farrell, though I suppose my name is in the mouths of enough ruthless gossipers that you've heard of me by now.
Well, I have heard quite the story involving you and Esmeralda.
Yes, she and I have a history. That's hardly a secret anymore. I quite doubt it was even a secret from Jake while he lived. As easy as it would be to pin suspicions on Esmeralda or I assure you that the affair was never so steamy and sordid as the busybodies around town make it out to be.
I imagine not.
Jake and Esmeralda had no great affection for each other. He had his interests, she had hers, and there was little passion left between them. Certainly not enough to fuel a murder.
Well, what do you know about Jake's murder?
It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Councilor and I were anything near allies, but I truly never wished the man harm.
I believe that.
Back, demon! Back, or I'll... Well, what's this? Oh, Medora, you lummox. 1,000 pardons, comrade. This old bear's edgier than a dodecahedron these days.
Those have a lot of edges.
I'll tell you, it sure does me good to set eyes on another of our order. From Academy West, aren't you? Give Captain Wartruce my regards next time you see him.
I hadn't heard of another source hunter being assigned to Cyseal. What are you doing here?
Heavens hornets! That's quite a story, comrade. And come to think of it, one that might concern you.
That is a zebra cat. The unsinkable Sam.
See, I'm here on, well, let's call it a loan from a town to the north of here. Hunter's Edge by name. There's been an attack there, comrade. Orcs. Not your run-of-the-mill savages either, but ones who've taken dark magic to new heights.
Oh dear.
What they want in Hunter's Edge, I can't say, but it's my responsibility to send them packing. Preferably with their horns in their suitcases and a knee-knocking fear of ever crossing paths with a sauce hunter again. I came south seeking the Legion's help, only to find it tied here in Cyseal. They don't have a spare soldier to send northward, and even in my finest form, I can't clear the place of that many orcs without backup.
Did you say you were? I don't recognize you from the academy.
You wouldn't. I trained up in Academy North, after all. We don't cross paths with you Westies all that often, but it's always a pleasure when we do. Medora's the name. Retired, or so the Order keeps trying to tell me, but never out of commission. My hand to your cause and my sword at your side.
Orcs attacked your village. How did you manage to escape?
By the skin of my teeth, comrade. The savages were rounding up villagers when one of them activated a tripwire on our village wizard's property. Fortunately for me, that particular wizard has a penchant for things that go boom in the night. I managed to wrench free of my captor's grip and flee toward the forest. He pursued me for miles, but I'd lost him before I made it into the Cyseal hinterlands.
What's your next plan of attack?
Well, comrade, I hadn't thought of it till you tapped my shoulder just now. But perhaps that's where you come in.
How big of a party can we get in this game, I wonder?
I need a contingent I can trust if I'm to take back the town. And the way I see it, you could use reinforcements here in town. I've been scouting Cyseal for some time now, and I believe I've sussed out sufficient intel to help solve the murder of the Councilor. With our minds and swords in tandem, we'll make short work of the perpetrator.
What evidence of source in Cyseal have you found thus far? That's your proposition. You help us here in Cyseal, and we help you take back your home village thereafter?
But it seems you've got all the help you need, haven't you? More's the pity. We could have beheaded 100 source yetis in the name of the Order.
Okay, so this is telling me that I have a full party.
Sort of concerns myself with such things.
What evidence of source in Cyseal have you found thus far?
More than I'd hoped, comrade. I don't know what in tarnation's gotten into the townsfolk here, but there's enough dark magic running roughshod to topple a small mountain.
We usually call those hills, but go on.
There's Mayor Cecil's doings for one, and the mysteries of our master Thalron for another. And on top of it all, the feline menace is lurking at every hearth and shadow.
I think you're a little...
Tell me.
something.
Now, don't get me wrong. I think the mayor's a decent sort, even if he can't hear farther than the tip of his own nose.
Yeah.
But from what I've heard whispered around the docks, the old guy's gotten himself mixed up in something not quite on this side of the law. I suspect an illegal source, artifact, or substance is at the root of it, but exactly what or who's given it to him, I can't say. And since I haven't technically been assigned to Cyseal, I don't have the authority to interrogate him.
What about Thilarion?
Fella seems like a humble doctor, but I bet my sword he's dealing in something darker in splints and tonics. A loose-lipped fishmonger let slip that she'd seen our good doctor scale the city wall on 2 separate occasions, well past midnight each time. What business could he have among the undead? Hardly the habit of an innocent healer, I'd say.
Tell me about the feline menace.
You mean you don't already know, comrade? Their kind can see in the dark. It ain't natural.
It is for them. That's how cats work. Hello, Anna.
What have we here? A source hunter, is it? Well, my day just became rather more stimulating. Oh, stand still then, if you don't mind. I want to take a good long look at the so-called savior of Cyseal.
What do you have for trade? Ooh. You have antique robes. An antique plate armor. Covering antique leather armor of fire resistance. Indestructible old cloth cap of protection. Special, unbreakable. I see. You'll have an armor, a sturdy yet lightweight helmet made of specially crafted cloth woven in fine, even thread. A few random scrolls. These are basically identical. I mean, I feel like I should buy this.
Drink, you please.
Please do keep shouting.
She doesn't like me, so she's selling things a little unevenly.
So you're just hanging around again, are you?
There's old leather cap of life. Plus 5 HP, plus 1 leadership. I don't think I will right now, actually.
Tall as an elf, strong as an orc, but your face, quite classical, isn't it? Statuesque, some might say. Yes, smooth and sturdy as marble, yet fine as a chisel's edge. And my word, what passion burns from your eyes. Please forgive my being forward, but I dare say, can it be? You're exactly the person I've been searching for.
You have been searching for someone?
That I have. For nearly a lifetime, it seems. Well, I'm sure you must know what I mean. Like existence itself lacked a significant component. Like if you could only fill a certain void, could connect with the right body, the right spirit. Together you could uncover new and thrilling vistas. I believe I have found that component, that body, that spirit within you, Source Hunter. Come, if ever we are to be united, we must truly entwine our fates. We must link our causes forevermore. Yes, you must join the Fabulous Five right away, as soon as time permits. Together, as a team, we'll explore the boundless realm before us. We'll uncover fate, inch by inch. I am Anna, jewel in the crown that is the Fabulous Five. I've cut 1,000 throats, and baked 1,000 bread rolls, stolen the crown jewels of the Queen of Errata, and, with my pockets full, helped her reach enlightenment. When the day comes that I die, the gods will evacuate the heavens to make space for my formidable collection of designer slippers. I contain multitudes, you see, and I am utterly replete. Except that, much to my dismay, I had as yet to find the companion to whom my heart so clearly calls. But then, Source Hunter, you wandered into this tavern, and I am most certain that that companion is you. Yes, I am part of that band of valiant heroes, and ever there must I remain. But you, my match, my soul's twin, may tie our fates together by similarly fighting under the banner of the Fabulous Five.
Point of clarification. How many people are in the Fabulous Five? Because I would have expected it to be, I don't know, 5?
You must speak with Mendius. He stands right outside this very tavern, and he alone can bring you into our illustrious fold. Then, my equal, friend of my body and mind, may we unite.
Yeah, I'll take my leave. Enjoy your time here, Alistair.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lining
Francis. Hey, waitress.
A Source Hunter? I'd like to report some dark magic. Only tainted hearts could tip as miserably as this lot.
So you're the waitress around here?
Been at the King Crab nearly 10 years now, personally. Seen every character you can imagine, from bums to wizards, passed through these doors for a pint and a place to rest.
Were you here the night of Jake's murder?
I think I'm one of the last folks to hear him alive. That awful scream's been ringing in my ears ever since. And with the room where it all happened still under quarantine, we've a constant reminder of exactly what happened. Though that's the question, isn't it? What exactly did happen? We all thought it was Esmeralda who checked into that room, and the Duke that followed her in.
I see.
I was washing up and nudging the last of the lushes out of the door when a cloaked woman rushed in right past me. I never got a good look at her, damn my eyes, but I figured the way she disappeared that she was visiting one of the lodgers. Lucky for the perpetrators, I was rinsing bottles in the back when the terrible deed took place and saw nothing more. I'm not proud to say I ducked under the counter and damn well stayed there till I heard Ivad fling that door open, but I was paralyzed with fright.
I can understand.
Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I linger in the long box.
Well, hello, Legionnaire.
Greetings, Source Hunter.
I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone who hasn't received Captain Aureus' explicit approval.
We've spoken with Aureus. Inside, please.
Not exactly the friendliest bloke, the captain, is he? Well, your reward for getting your ear chewed off is a waltz through the town's finest magical murder scene. Enjoy.
I will try to. Wow.
So
We just got slammed by experience points. What just happened?
what? What happened? Is this a dream?
I don't think so. That stone, somehow it sent us flying into the stars.
I guess, yeah. Huh. It's kind of neat looking. Take a screenshot. Just light up as I cross.
Terrible, terrible! It will consume us all!
What? Zigzags?
By the quill that lasts a billion words, what's this? 2 Rivalonians here? At the end of space and time? How very, very, very curious!
Yes, that is a good description. Who are you, and how did you get here?
Oh yes, proper introductions. Zigzags the historian at your service. It is my job to record all that was, and is, and hopefully all that is to be.
No wonder you're enthusiastic about a quill that lasts a billion words, then.
As for how I got here, well, for a historian appointed by the gods themselves, hopping to the end of time is as easy as 1, 2, 3.
That makes sense.
How you got here, though? That's a rather more interesting question. On such a tiny and rapidly shrinking vestige of space and time, I wouldn't have expected to find a soul but my own shadow.
Why is this place, as you say, shrinking?
At last a question I can answer most definitively. I mentioned already that this place is the end of time. If that didn't send your heart into your stomach and your pulse a-flutter, it should have.
I mean, it does seem to have some technical difficulties. Like, how are you able to have the end of time still have time continuing on for us to be here?
Time ought naturally to have no end at all. Indeed, I can think of no worse nightmare for a chronicler such as myself. But something totally, utterly terrible has happened.
Out with it, Sarimba. What exactly has happened here?
Show, don't tell, I always say. So go, peer through yonder looking lens and feast your soon-to-be terrified eyes on the darkness that is approaching.
I think that imp may be quite mad.
Then we had better appease him and have a look through the looking lens.
That's some sort of crazy dragon thing.
You looked. You saw. Terrifying, isn't... What's this? The portal. It's... The portal has become active. Fantastic. Astounding. Onward we should go. The portal! It's quite sprung to life, just like the long, dormant flames that decorate this observatory. After all my waiting and hoping, could it be? You, dear stranger, you must be the key. Something about
doubt your presence here is causing the end of time to grow. The true end itself to move further away.
Oh, that sounds good, I think.
Those torches, a light! This portal active once more. It cannot be coincidence.
Can we first discuss what we just witnessed through your looking lens?
Goodness me, how right you are. There's so much to take in, I'd nearly forgotten. And what you saw has been haunting my mind since I first discovered it.
Okay.
It is the void itself. The dragon that is devouring creation. When I speak of the end of time, this is exactly what I mean.
I see.
I can't say for sure where it came from, how or why, but I do know this. It's shrinking our future by the second. And if we don't stop it, it will devour the past and present as well.
It's really doing some interesting stuff, Clean Star, that's for sure. You believe we are somehow connected to this plane?
It's not that I believe, it's that I have seen. Long have I been waiting here, hoping that one day this very portal would ignite. Then, no longer than a few mere moments after you arrive, zap it goes. The chronicler of time knows a pattern when he sees one.
Oh, what lies beyond this portal?
Ah, though I cannot say for certain, if it is what I believe, then our prayers might well be answered. In fact, every last question that ever plagues your noggin might well be answered, for I believe what lies beyond this portal is nothing other than... But why spoil the mystery? As soon as we leap through, we'll find out for certain.
Through the portal,
After
then.
After you. Oh, what wonders we may find on the other side. You first, but don't dilly-dally. Onward, forward, through the portal where the fate of time awaits.
Cool.
You first, but don't dilly-dally.
Well, I can go help myself to your alcohol, apparently. Vials. A bunch of vials around. Oh, I can just walk away with a vial rack and a couple of arrowheads. I don't know why you're keeping arrowheads in your desk. But if I'm leaving here, I'm gonna go with some vials, you know? Bet I can't loot books from the book collection. I imagine you've got some really good books here. Well, no time like before walking through a giant portal and a pair of enormous hands to drop a quick save to the Homestead Hall.
Yes! Just as I hoped! There she is! There it is! Come, don't delay!
And he's off. It seems the imp has spotted exactly who and what he'd hoped to find here.
Hello?
Could it be, milady? The weaver of time? Mother of history? Author of all that has ever been?
Indeed, Sir Imp. As surely as you are he who chronicles all that I weave.
That sounds like a really creatively challenging job.
Astounding! Unbelievable! I have so many questions for you, so much to ask, so much to say.
You have brought guests, I see. Strange. Very strange guests.
My reaction exactly, milady. It was their arrival here at the end of time that instigated my finding you. But why? Surely you must know.
One would tend to assume.
This is a question better put to our guests themselves. Tell us, how did you arrive upon this plane?
It was a stone, a strange stone that zapped us from where we stood in Rivellon to this plane among the stars. I mean, if you are truly the Weaver of Time, I imagine you already know the answer to that, but you know what? I'm fine with just saying.
A stone? It was a stone that caused the great shock of energy that brought you here, and it infused you with new life as well. Is that so?
Yes, that's just what happened. Have you seen it before?
Not like this, no. What happened to you is unique in all my work.
Interesting.
Never had I experienced something so contrary to my nature. To weave something I had not seen, had not expected. Life does not simply spring into existence, you see. But yours has. You appeared before me from the moment you came into contact with that stone. Starstone. I now know it to be called.
What exactly is it that you do, Weaver of Time? I'm a little confused. How could you not know?
But, Madam Weaver, how is it possible? Do you not see all? Have you not woven all that is and could ever be into your tapestry?
Thank you, Zixzax, for asking the exact question I was wondering.
Like the stones, your guests are a mystery to me. I see them before me in this world, but their likenesses appeared not upon my tapestry until they revived the stone.
I feel like we have stepped into an alternate dimension.
Source Hunters. It would seem that yourselves and Starstone are inextricably linked. Why and how, I cannot say, but I do believe that finding more stones will reveal to me who you yourselves truly are.
What is this Starstone exactly? Where does it come from?
Starstone is not what it seems, Source Hunter. Its true nature must be part of a greater secret, a secret lost even to me. Do you see what violence my work has suffered? What wounds lay upon the tapestry of time?
Is that those, like, gaps that I can see, like, right up here?
Mysteries of all time, gaps in history. Oh, how they've tormented me for eons.
It would appear that Starstone transforms at your touch, granting me new thread by which to mend the tapestry. Thus, it restores time itself.
Interesting.
I see. What the void would shrink, Starstone restores.
Yes. Though I cannot explain why this Starstone is the antidote to the void's ravishment of our realm. If we do not restore time, if we do not discover the true nature of these stones, the void will consume us all.
If these stones can heal history, we must seek them out. Or we are Source Hunters of Rivlon. We have a mission that doesn't involve chasing down magical stones. I mean, I feel like this is kind of important.
Indeed you must. Though I may not yet understand why. It seems that you and you alone can unlock the powers within Starstone. Yet we are not the only entities who know these stones to be so much more than pretty gems.
Why, of course, that's what they were doing. I have recorded their doings, you see. Collectors of Starstone, more and more by the day. Now I understand. They'd keep the stones from our reach. They'd prevent the mending of time.
The sorcerers, I'm assuming.
Without these stones, Hunter, there will be no Rivlon. The entire tapestry will crumble. Even this plane will fall victim to the void's insatiable hunger.
I see. That sounds bad.
That shall never be, milady. As sure as Zix comes before Zax, we will put a stop to it. First we mend the tapestry, then we stop the void. Please, our most mysterious guest, are you ready? Are you willing? Will you hunt out the stones? Will you help us restore what has been lost?
I mean, it seems there is no other sane choice.
Not a
we were hunting source in Riverlore. And now we're being told that we alone can prevent the end of time by way of some magical stones. What do you make of it?
Let's see. Say what Zizzax and the Weaver will. I need more evidence before I'll buy into this wild tale. Or, we can't deny a reaction to the Starstone. There must be something to all of this, mad as it may seem.
We can't deny our reaction to Starstone. There must be something to all of this, mad as it may seem.
Let's see. Still, it's quite a leap from finding a strange stone to placing the world's salvation on our shoulders. No matter how improbable, anything is possible. If the Weaver tells the truth, we have some serious work ahead of us. Yeah, this one for sure.
No matter how improbable, anything is possible. If the Weaver tells the truth, we have some serious work ahead of us.
Both got more romantic with that one.
The glint in your gaze and the set of your brow suggest to me that you've not given up on our dear old Rivelon. Not just yet. No, with you searching out Starstone, I believe we'll mend the tapestry in no time. We'll find out just who you are and how exactly to send the void back to wherever it came from. But you'll need a way to travel between Rivelon and this homestead, won't you? Who wouldn't want to see what fantastic changes your search will yield? And who knows what the Weaver might discover about you? Luckily, the power of portals is known to you, so I'll let you in on the little secret of how to transport back and forth from the end of time. Just, don't go sharing it around. Never know who we can trust these days. Off you go, then. You've Starstone to find, and I've a tapestry to examine. Surely there must be some clue here as to how on earth you're related to the end of time.
The Weaver of Time said our finding Starstone helps her weave for the tapestry once more. How is that possible?
Cross my heart, hope to fade in the void. I honestly don't know. But ask her. If she claims it is so, perhaps she knows why.
Very well. I have some questions for you.
Like the imp said to the ballista operator, shoot!
If I'm supposed to search for Starstone, it would be handy to know where to start looking.
Wouldn't it just? Would that I had a Starstone sightseeing guide, but alas, such a booklet does not exist.
Apparently not.
Just like yourselves, Starstones are curiously absent from history, both in my writings and on the Tapestry of Time.
Interesting.
From what I can gather, though, they were once cherished by devious sorcerers whose reign ended long ago. The stones are therefore most likely to be found in the ancient places of this world.
So, follow-up question. Are you contemporaneous with us, or have we stepped outside of any particular... Like, have we time traveled? Have we traveled through time, or are you contemporaneous with us? That seems like an important question.
Ruins, caves, the lairs of long-forgotten evils. Those are the dens you should frequent. 2 more pieces of advice. Don't go unarmed, and consult with my agent.
Let's see. You say you are the imp historian, but you seem more than a mere imp, more than mere historian.
Oh, I don't know if I'm more than those things per se, but having been given a divine mission does have its perks. Old age can't touch me, that's one. Immortality is mine as long as no one skewers me with a sword, and even then I'll be back in a jiffy. But of course I have a price to pay for something that is priceless. It is my duty to record all of history, and an arduous task that is. Not to mention how much stress that void out there is causing me. The end of time. I'll be out of a job. So, gather those Starstones so that we may know the history that was lost. Know so that we must not repeat what leads us to this dangerous precipice, but do better and close the dark eye of the void forever.
Don't you find it somewhat lonesome being the sole chronicler of time?
Lonesome, observing the frontier of creation, surfing the vibrant tide of the eons, always approaching yet never reaching shore. Lonesome being privy to all that has been and all that is. Well, yes, actually. I don't mean to complain, but one certainly doesn't mind a bit of company now and then. Perhaps you can imagine the profound pleasure it is to have made the Weaver's acquaintance after all these years. I can hardly wait to pick her brain about the great battle of the Sons of Sigurd. The last Rivellonian who remembers it died more than 7,000 years ago.
I see how it would be difficult to discuss then.
Neither do I, but the mere fact that activated Starstone has set the Weaver of Time weaving again more than implies that it and the Void Dragon are natural enemies.
I see.
This in turn more than implies that you are the Void's natural enemy, for it is you who is setting new events in motion. You who is handing the Weaver new threads. And that which she is weaving is more than an ornament to decorate the shelter plane. It is both history and future history. It is all of time. We may not understand the how yet, but our aim is clear. We shall save creation from the grip of the Void. Now, isn't that a lovely mission? Before you go, Source Hunter, a final word. Once you return to Rivellon, there will be someone waiting for you. My agent, my eyes and ears upon your world. I hope he'll be able to help you as much as he can. Time, I need hardly remind you, is of the essence.
All right. Zax told you the secret of waypoint travel. Use the Rift travel button to travel to any waypoint shrine you've discovered.
Milady. Why are there two of us? Two beings that record all of history parallel to one another?
That is a good question, Zigzags. One without a conclusive answer, though its resolution may lie in conception. Where you chronicle, I both chronicle and create. Where you arrive at conclusions, I spin origins besides. How welcome you are upon this realm, our most honored guest. I hope you begin to find this place more familiar than it may yet seem.
Please tell me about yourself, madam.
In the ethereal threads of eternity, do I record the deeds of gods and men, of beasts and spectral apparitions? The drift of continents through changing seas, the rise and fall of empires, the shift of every grain of sand on every beach, the fall of every raindrop on every world, the all but imperceptible touch of lovers' hands. This and all I chronicle without fault. Except, it seems, you. Ask, and I shall answer, if I can.
Let's see. Who are you really?
I am the Weaver of Time, as I have told you. Though my existence is one that falls behind and yet far exceeds the verb to be. I am but what I am, and that is task. It is the same for the historian. Chroniclers both are we of the epics of eternity. Perhaps we are one and the same. Task multiplied by 2. Who has made us? I do not know. Why have they done so? I do not know. Am I the beginning? And am I to be the end? Who shall say? Perhaps I am the first thing in creation. Perhaps I am creation. Perhaps I am the creator. Or maybe it is you. You who makes dying stars rekindle. Time alone will tell.
Why is Starstone so important, and why does it react to me and my colleague alone?
Alas, The answers to those questions still elude me. You and Starstone remain the imperfections upon the tapestry. As yet. A hidden answer lies behind this veil of inscrutability, though. For the link between you and the stones reveals that your destinies are intertwined.
I mean, that's fair.
I believe that Starstones will not lead you to new places of wonder only. No. They will also lead to new knowledge through the restoration of the threads of old.
Let's see. If I understand correctly, I am not at all featured on the canvas of time.
Quite so. Your absence. It should be an impossibility, but no matter where I look, you cannot be found.
That's peculiar.
I do not know you, which makes you my one perennial imperfection, a blind spot in the eye of time. But perchance I may be cured of this blindness. Perchance the blemish may be undone, and time can be redeemed.
I've heard this place is called the End of Time. Is that what it is? No more, no less.
What it is but a seed bereft of sun and water. What it could be, that is what the Starstones will tell us. What it is but the end. What it could be is the end of ends.
I.e. the perpetuation.
I reside in another realm altogether. But ever since the End of Time appeared in these deep dark skies, I materialized here, as if forced to watch the one thing that is unwatchable, unendurable. A thankless task that you may yet free me from forever.
How can I redeem time if, as you say, I am not even part of it?
I think that perhaps you can redeem time, because you create time. Indeed, you have set in motion an event I no longer held possible. Know that no longer I did weave. I sat here at the end of time and watched on as the void frays the fabric of time like a terrified god that fears the offspring of his own creations. But suddenly there was you. You who stirred the life within the stones. These stones, children of stars, they place new ribbons along my fingers like phantoms out of time. New threads emerged, and I began to weave anew. Starstone gives me new strands to braid into the tapestry. And because you give Starstone energy, it seems that you are creating time.
I see. So you basically run out of thread with which to create history.
These Starstones, please, seek them so that time may yet be mended. Please, for the sake of all that lives and all that loves, seek them so that the void may yet devour itself alone.
This may sound silly, but aren't you lonely out here?
Oh, Hunter, I have no need for company. Like I have no need for air or appetite or affection. All I need and all I am is time. And time is running out, unless you remedy its decline. And yet, I do enjoy your companionship, for you may prove to become the cure that will heal my slipping soul.
Alright, well, I'll take my leave then. Cool. This is an inactive portal. Okay, Rift Travel Rune. You have opened the Homestead travel menu. This works like a waypoint portal. Select the end of time to teleport to your homestead. Ah, I see. So I can go back to the harbor. Well, that's a lot of something.
Source Hunters, I welcome you once again to the realm of Rivellon after your travels through the chasms of space. Nice to have found a shelter, wouldn't you agree? Where you can come to no harm.
What?
I know the imp historian has told you about his agent on Rivellon, and that agent is I. So now that you know of the alliance between me and Sir Zigzags, let us turn to the business at hand. Starstone.
Let us so indeed. I would greatly value Zixax's agent's advice.
And I'll be delighted to give it. Dark webs are being woven around these parts, and it is my firm belief starstones are the flies the sorcerer's spiders are trying to catch.
I see.
It can therefore hardly be a coincidence that Councilor Jake was a collector of the stones we seek. His foul murder and the plight of dying time must somehow be interconnected. That means the task you have been given remains crucial. Find the assassin that did away with Jake, for you're bound to stumble upon Starstone along the way.
Let's see. How did you find out Jake was a Starstone collector?
While you were being lectured by our friend the historian and the grande dame of time, I snuck into his house and had a look around.
Fair enough. You can turn into a cat.
The advantage of being a cat, you know. You go where you please with impunity. And sometimes the lady of the house even rewards you with a slice of fresh herring.
Indeed.
That's where I saw them in a cabinet. Mere slivers, but specks of starstones nonetheless. They lay there, silent and innocent, though bloody murder may have been committed in their name.
Okay. Why is it so particularly nice for us to have found a shelter somewhere?
Don't we all long for a sanctuary where our worldly troubles can be held at bay? A bed or a basket so snug it becomes, in a word, safety. But perhaps I speak only for myself, not for veterans such as yourselves that by necessity call any patch of ground they rest upon home. Like any cat worth its salt, though, I deeply cherish a secret refuge unbeknownst to anyone. To be able to repose without a care is such a precious circumstance, save it all too seldomly.
How did you become Zixax's agent?
I met him first, a long time ago, out in the wastes of Youthful Gore. He wondered aloud what on earth a cat was doing out there in the scorching desert, then shared what little food and water he had with him. So I told him who I was and showed him my human form. He laughed and marveled and told me stories about his travels. In the end, he even shared his great sorrow with me. The unspeakable thing you saw through his looking lens. I was awed and frightened, but swore to help him in any way I could. As of now, that includes helping the two of you.
Well then, I'll take my leave.
Before you go, here, take this teleporter pyramid. A handy toy indeed that Zixax asked me to give to you. You'll need the other one too if you want to make use of its powers, but alas, I seem to have misplaced it. Don't worry though. Use this one here and it'll take you straight to its twin. Now that this matter has been settled, hunters, I shall detain you no longer. But rest assured, I'll do my share of hunting too. So if you spot a white cat during your travels, do stop to say hello.
Very good. Teleporter pyramids. You've just received a teleporter pyramid. These pyramids are linked to each other and always come in pairs. Open your inventory and use the pyramid to teleport to its pair. What do you have to say, Jahan?
How intolerable it is to think that all the knowledge of the world is being gathered by an imp. A creature that is no more than the result of a demon's bowel movement imbued with the breath of life. And yet I am a tad jealous of that jabbering little jester. To know all. It is a consummation devoutly to be wished.
There is no such thing as too much knowledge. We're lucky to have found Zixax, or to know everything is to take away all wonder. No, that aspiration is not mine. Yeah, I think we'll go with this one for her. Agreed. Emperor, no. It is the best shot we have to attain that which you so devoutly seem to wish. Not quite of the same mind. I mean to say, what is life without a little mystery? But a predictable set of hours slipping by, no? Yeah.
You'll rue the day you lend your trust to anything that is demon-touched. But this particular specimen, it delights in scholarship. a quality I must admit that highly speaks to its advantage. Let us learn, Hunter, whether you like it or not, and through wisdom grow ever more mighty.
Indeed. Okay. Let's drop a save. It seems to me the first order of business to which I want to conduct myself is to return back to that chamber and see what I can find. Let's see. Where was the inn? General store closed indefinitely. Well, so much for that. Let's go this way. Hey, Roa.
That thief is free for now, but I wonder how long it'll be until his growling belly seduces him back onto the crooked path.
Yeah.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
That troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave.
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that.
Hi.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't...
Okay. Don't have anything more to say there. Hello. Oh, great. I can put pillows in my... And crawl onto bed. Chest. It's locked. Green, a tub. Candle holder, a mirror, painting of a woman. Nothing else really apparent here. Has a lot of HP and lock level 1. The level of lockpicking you need to open this. So I don't think we're getting in there unless one of my companions has this lockpicking, and I don't expect it to be so. Abilities. So skill. 2 arrow throwers and 2 hydrosophists. He's very skilled indeed then. Yeah. Crafting, blacksmithing. No lockpicking. Yeah, no lockpicking there either. Oh wow, lore master crazy on here though. Bow and the tenebrium. I have no idea what a tenebrium is. But treat poisoning. Cures poison. And gives some poison resistance for a little bit. Ricochet, she has Staff of Magus as well. Well, let's put these arrows from her inventory onto her bar.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave? Sorry, I've run out of signed handkerchiefs. An Alistair keyring, maybe. In any case, make it quick. You're not the only fan who wants some of my time.
I'm sorry, I'm actually not familiar with you.
What do you mean, not familiar? You expect me to believe you've never heard of Alistair the Almighty?
This is correct.
Why, I'm only the most famous wizard this side of the distance. Although, it'd be worth checking the other side too, just in case.
I'm sure it would be.
And don't forget, I'm the most eminent member of the Fabulous Five to boot. Surely you already know we've been voted the most influential adventurers guild by SideQuest Monthly, 3 years running.
Of course you have. What do you know about the undead?
Those nasty beasts are hardly worth my time. Though I suppose I'll step in if none of the recruits manage to prove adept enough to handle a few skeletons.
Tell me about the Fabulous Five. I'm probably going to regret this, but...
Your interest is piqued, I see. I'd suggest you have a chat with Mendius outside. He's in charge of recruitment and other such drudgery.
Ah, of course.
A word of warning, though, we only accept the best and the brightest. By the looks of you, I'm not sure you'll make the cut.
Right, well... You enjoy that. A well? I think it's quite heavy. You cannot combine a well with an empty cup? Hmm. That seems a bit strange, but okay, whatever. What about an empty flask? Okay. Well, I'm out of ideas. Maybe you need a bucket. Town hall bathroom. Wait. Bathroom isn't a place where people take baths, or bathroom isn't a place where people relieve themselves? Private. Oh, okay. Well, let's look at our log. Could the reason be linked to his collection? Teleporter pyramids. Oh yes, I could look into that as well. Is that in here? No.
Upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear.
The hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth.
I mean, what do you sell? You have a ring. Aqua corroded copper ring of the warrior. In this book. I've read that one already. Wounding, sharpened fighting knife of desecration. Or antique cloth shoes of tongues. By wearing these shoes, everyone, you can become a better barterer. There's water resistance and strength. It's also extremely expensive. I've been told your husband collected something called starstones. Care to elaborate?
Starstone? I've never heard of such a thing. Dear Jake had a mineral collection, yes. As far as I knew, it was one of his pastimes, nothing more. Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Oh, this is all too much. I feel like I'm drifting from nightmare into nightmare.
Can you tell me more about this place?
Well, what do you want to know?
Interesting.
The hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth. Listen, if you're going to accuse me of something, you would better find the evidence to back up your ridiculous claims. Starstone? Do you mean to imply he collected...
Ah, I can click somewhere and my character will walk there. That works. Yes, let's go up the stairs. Folded shirts. Moonstone, star pebble, diamond. I see. Well, I'm not about to go stealing random objects, but I will sit down on this bench. They switch who's sitting in the bench. Cool. Okay. Well, let's see what happens.
My gods! What is going on here? First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Get out, will you?
Persuade this character by charming, intimidating, or reasoning. If your perception is high enough, you can see in brackets what answers grant the highest bonus. I swear I'll murder the creature that sent me here. I'll tell him to sweats, along with anyone else who witnessed this little prank. Ah, this is a curious mix-up. No, quite the story to tell tomorrow. Sorry, milady. I came by way of magical pyramid, and I didn't know where I would end up. Win a series of rock, paper, scissors matches to convince the other party. Put points and charisma to gain an advantage. Press space to skip the rock, paper, scissors. Oh, wow. She has... Oh. She clippered me. Aha! Oh, wow. Okay, so she can beat me very quickly. Oh, well, I just lost.
A magical pyramid, eh? Frivolous and lecherous magic, more like. Leave my house, afore the divines punish you for your aberrant ways.
Still warm from the udder. Why? Well, I'll take your milk before I go. I guess. That sounded weird.
Out! No, if you please. This room is private.
Using a pyramid teleporter
If she
uses
soaks in flower stink much longer, deer will smell this lady from a field
Don't
away.
just
stand there. I see the leg of something good for when she begins to starve.
Away with you!
Actually, why don't you join her? Not for any titillating reasons, but because you
What
could do
are you
with a
still
dab of
doing here?
floral perfume about
Begone!
that quaintly odorous physique of yours.
Using a pyramid teleporter to the other pyramid. Give them to your party members or drop them on the ground on locations you want to return to instantly. Throw them around to bypass traps or barred doors.
Private. Don't just stand there. Go! Away with you!
Get with you.
Interesting devices, these pygmies among pyramids. They may be small of stature, but their potential is gigantic. Deceivingly clever. It is a trait all demonic machinations share. Yes, demonic. So very obvious to the trained eye. These apparatuses have been forged among the voids of the outer realms, where the light of stars does not reach. You do well to treat them with the utmost care. Perhaps it would even be for the best if you sling them into the reaches of infinity that surround the shelter plane. Better safe than sorry. It is an uncommonly trite thing to say, but it applies to all things demon-dreamt and devised.
This room is private.
If demons made these pyramids, then you are right. We should tread with care.
Don't just stand there.
With care? Why? Do you really think Zigzag
Away with you!
would give us doom devices if he wants us to restore lost knowledge? I think not.
What are you still doing here? Begone!
See, indeed. Thank you for warning us, Jahan. Feel free to point out other things that are deceivingly clever should we meet them.
Out!
Yeah, I like his warnings.
So I shall. Always remember, Hunter, always, that when demons are in play, you are the hunted, and that it takes stupendous cunning and strength to escape their snares. The very moment you are certain you have them in your grip, that is the moment their traps spring, and it is their grip that shatters your soul. Dueling with demons is like playing chess against an opponent with queens for pawns. They sit and grin, while your pieces slip in the sweaty fear that drops from your beleaguered brow.
That is a heck of a metaphor.
Don't just stand there.
Striking
Go!
French!
Away with you!
Sure. Bye.
What are you still doing?
Right then, well that didn't go all that far. This is also seeing our system. Just we beat them to it. Yes. Councilor's wife. Into the dark. The teleporter pyramids. Yeah, this is done. But never mind that now. These magical trinkets should come in very handy indeed. And the fish thief. Yeah. Talking statues. Beggar told us that he burned all his possessions because the statues told him to. Well, we might be able to do something with this headless neck, though. Not that zoomed in.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many chases.
Okay, I think it was more or less this way.
Any takers? Come on, you chickens!
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Fantastic!
This here is the greatest
Do,
illusion.
re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end.
Tell me about
I
yourself.
doubt I have to tell you that I am the amazing singing Stefan, the only sentient severed head in Cyseal. My audience sings my praises from hill and dale.
Well, he's certainly memorable.
You're a source hunter, aren't you? Oh, bless the seven. Look, you've got to help me. I've been kidnapped.
Kidnapped, you say?
Pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst, help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There I will reveal everything.
If you're ready, I'm going to pick you up now. You won't mind a little ride in my pocket, will you?
You there! Take a seat. Prepare to laugh your head off. Cry your eyes out and teeter on the edge of your seat with an original tale from Stefan, the talking severed head.
Tell me about yourself.
I am Reginald the Illusionist, purveyor of the most amazing artifact in Andevale. This fantastical talking head. Catch the act while you can. This show will only remain in Cyseal as long as there are Legion soldiers to entertain.
Now let's discuss your talking head.
That's right, a talking head. And he doesn't just talk. He'll weave you a yarn so fantastic, you'll be begging to hear just one more, and just one more. It's quite a story how I found him, too.
Well, let's hear it.
I obtained this curio by some rather sensational means. You see, I was diving in search of a rare medicinal sea herb. I volunteer with the local children's apothecary on weekends, in the shallows around Cyseal's own Black Cove, when I spotted something amazing. The chest belonging to the fabled Captain Pontius. Though the chest was stuck fast, I summoned a swell of great strength and prized it free from the ancient rock.
Okay.
I had the treasure of a lifetime in my very hands. But then, slurp, gulp, I was swallowed by an ornery kraken that seemed to appear from nowhere.
This is what happens when you're not paying attention to your surroundings. Subnautica can be very scary.
In the hubbub, I lost hold of my prize and watched it sink to the bottom of the beast's cavernous belly. Still, I feared only for a moment that all was futile. Before my mind's eye swam the faces of the many war widows and leprotic orphans who would be lost without my charitable support. I knew I had to live. Grabbing fast to the hilt of a cutlass that floated by at just that moment, I summoned all my strength to slash a great gash in the creature's gut. Freeing myself from my would-be tomb, I swam as quickly as I could, first to the surface and then to the shore. It was there, along the rocky beach, that I tripped over this talking head. Strange, isn't it?
I see.
Today, I think.
My
him,
word!
The great Sigurd and his rainbow
My
of war
word!
machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory
Let's see.
that he ordered a contest.
We met an enchanted servant head who asked us
across
to take him to Reginald's cellar to talk in privacy. I have no idea where Reginald's cellar
Today,
is.
I think,
My
a
word.
king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
Well, let's save and abduct our head. Okay?
Re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare.
If you're ready,
for the
I'm going to
next
pick you up
show.
now. You won't mind a little ride in my
Have to
pocket, will
wait
you?
until the end. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
Hey, stop that!
Excuse me, but would you mind not handling that? I like to keep things just as they are, if you please. Okay, so it's not so easy to just walk off with him.
Fantastic! Tricks are for kids! This here is the greatest illusion in Endavale!
I'll figure that one out later. It seems that I've reached a point where there is many things I need to figure out.
You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Let's see. We visit the scene of Councilor Jake's murder in the King Crab Inn. The traces remain that tell of the bloody spectacle that must have taken place. We can't just make any definitive conclusions until we've inspected the Councilor's corpse.
Performers, showmen, show all of them. Cyseal, what you're made of.
Strange cave and Captain Arias. Ah, yes. We should go speak with the captain. That's to the left.
Performers, showmen, show all of them.
Yes. Through the fort. Oh, being by the campfire makes you warmed up, eh? Makes sense. Wait, nope, I've not gone far enough. Hang on. What is this cook's house?
Honored to meet you. Wish I was a source hunt.
Okay, not a particularly interesting piece of dialogue or anything. Ah. This way. Obviously, my sense of direction leaves something to be desired.
Recruit, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Attention!
Yes, the Sicilian stew person. I remember that now.
You, again. Do feel free to depart from Cyseal at your earliest convenience.
Let's discuss Jake's murder.
Oh, still not finished with that sorry matter?
In regards to Jake's wife, Esmeralda.
Well, have you found any incriminating evidence against her? If so, let's have it.
No.
If you must.
Let's see.
If you must.
It doesn't look like there's actually anything new from Captain Arias. Well, this is a bit of a mystery what goes on here. I think that, however, we have kind of reached the end of the standard stream time, so I'm going to go find a place that's not surrounded by recruits who do a really sloppy job of marching or something, and go ahead and wrap things up for the day. So, the next stream will be... nice, lovely picture of our party. So the next stream will be Guild Wars 1. It will be on Tuesday. My plan for this coming week of Guild Wars 1 streams is to finish my Build for Every Elite project, which means I'm going to need to make an average of 44 builds a day. for the 2 days. So that'll be interesting, but that'll be what's next. As for this game, I'll be continuing it on Saturdays. That's my plan, to continue this on Saturdays until I've beaten it, gotten the credits roll, that sort of thing. If you're interested in watching, of course the VODs will go up on my YouTube channel, but you can follow the channel to get notified when I go live, wherever they put the follow button. I want to point down because I know the subscribe button and stuff is that way. There is the schedule and everything down in the tabs or wherever they stuck them. And you can also head out to my Discord, where I'll just put the thing here, where I let people know when I go live. So that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for me for today. Thank you all very much for watching. Until next time, everyone. Take care. Goodbye.
That was sloppier than Cysealian stew. Again!